All right, we're live again. I got no idea what that was about, or if it's still going to be a problem, because everything's set on this end. All the bandwidth is good. We're always betrayed by technology, aren't we,
I know
Simon?
we are.
All right,
Do you think it's
come
because
on, everyone in the.
StreamYard's got a sale on at
Sorry.
the minute? I think they're trying to hawk their full
Well,
price
I've I've
package, and
I've,
it's some
I've
sort of
paid for it.
punishment. Yeah,
I've paid 40 quid a month for this. It's very expensive.
honestly, it's
Think of all I could
rubbish.
buy with that money.
It's like YouTube
And then
Premium.
I know. Well, to be fair, I don't know. I don't know if it is actually StreamYards or if it's just YouTube.
Yeah,
I wonder what was up with that then. I think it was something to do with that I made the link hours ago, and maybe it just the session was
it went off. The link went off. It
invaluable or something.
curdled like milk.
All right, we need to make sure everyone gets back in.
Hello, come in, come back,
Come on.
back.
No, we were off to such a good start. We had
come
like
back.
40 viewers immediately, and it was like everyone was queued, everyone was excited. Half of them have probably just gone to watch someone else's stream now. You know,
It's a conspiracy. We're being crushed.
bloody awful, isn't it?
Let's just restarting stream now. Okay. So, anyway,
What
were we saying?
Well, right. So, Brass Eye, Chris Morris, you were giving us a wonderful, lugubrious, spirited introduction to the topic. If you would please continue, Simon.
I shall continue. We are so back, indeed. So, yeah, it's kind of been preying on my mind a bit in the last few years. This question of the Peter Geddon special from 2001 after the superlative initial series in 1997, which I watched at the time, loyally videotaped to bits, and enjoyed thoroughly, played the tape to death. So that was all well and good. And then 4 years later we have the Peter Geddon stream. The conversation we had last night, as I said, it felt like I was struggling with questions that have been raised in the intervening years about the moral position of art, of culture, especially art that I never like to say it sets out to shock, because I mean that's like when Peter Hitchens gets irritated with people calling him a contrarian. You might have a sound argument which may just be contrary to the grain and the flow of current discourse. That's absolutely fine. And to say a show is just being done for shock value, it's sort of a bit of a cope, really. It's the way that Lenny Bruce's satire in the 60s. Was it done for shock value? Well, that shock value may be part of the selling point of it. It may be part of the context, the setting, which draws people in. But it's like much satire. It's got a deeply moral purpose. It's not like comedy in the sense of the TV sitcom with which we're familiar, which is kind of the mainstay and the staple of British cultural life. The TV half-hour sitcom. The satire is something different. And it occupies a place in between laughter and a wry kind of amusement, a resignation, a sort of hangdog acceptance of things, or anger, indeed. So it's not just unplug your brain, switch back, and enjoy the guffawing. It's always going to be difficult satire, because Britain, I feel, is mostly reliant. We were going to talk, a week or two ago about the Count Binface situation and the way that was captured in the article in the Guardian about silly sausage Britain, and this sort of image we have of ourselves as being not taking life seriously. It's all a bit of fun. Why so serious? Lighten up, touch grass. You've got to you've got to laugh. You've got to have a laugh, have a cup of tea. The kind of consolatory quality around the British sense of humour, because you so often feel, or at least I do, that actually can be weaponized against people. It's a method of palliating or giving them a consolation in a situation which is often politically somewhat charged in Britain, or somewhat tense, or somewhat dissatisfied. And so comedy is a great way to kind of, massage the tightness out of the society. And satire is somewhat different because it is taking aim at some people or some things and trying to give at least a sense of relief and redress at some level. And Brass Eye, I think, did that, but it's a very complicated situation to explain Brass Eye, and the paedophile special. Pedophile special. I mean, it sounds difficult even sort of framing it that way, but that in itself was, in retrospect, is such a tricky topic, and it was tricky at the time, but for different kinds of reasons, and there was a justification behind it. But I mean, I want to sort of turn to you and say, what were your first experiences of coming across Brass Eye and Morris's work? And I was going to say, we're going to sort of keep this stream probably more or less on Brass Eye as a subject. You could range, very far across all of his other stuff, and we may do in future streams, but I don't think we're going to be slavish about the order, or if we actually are completist about it. But it's interesting to know for me how especially younger people pick it up, because you kind of felt at the time, you thought, well, this is great, but it's kind of not gonna, nobody's gonna think about this in 10 or 15 years. It's just going to be a bit of a notable landmark of TV in terms of its provocation, and then it'll kind of die away. New stuff will come in, and it won't kind of read across time as well. So how did it come to you, and how did you react to it?
Well, Brass Eye was, I mean, it's not something I ever saw when I was a kid, because it's obviously quite an adult sort of sitcom, not a sitcom, sorry, but an adult sort of program, isn't it? I mean, not just in the content, but it's in the sense that you'd have to really be an adult to get a lot of the jokes. So I didn't know about it much when I was very young, but once I was a teenager, people did mention it, and I ended up watching a few episodes of it, and it was always considered to be something that held up very well. Far more by younger people than by older people. It wasn't, it was very much a kind of there was a sort of hipness to it, even in sort of years after it had gone out, where people would reference it. The internet, even the early internet, let's say the early internet, I mean, the 2000s internet, there were clips of it all over it. I mean, it wasn't hard to find. And I think, I mean, I'd still say it holds up very, very well. A lot of Zoomers enjoy it, even though that style of media broadcast that it's parodying isn't really around anymore in the way. I mean, because you have, obviously, Simon, as you remember, in the 90s, it was dominant. I mean, every channel late night would have these kind of supposedly investigative journalistic programs, wouldn't they? Sorry.
No, sorry. Go on. The sound just went slightly odd in my ear there. Continue.
Well, is it stream okay?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
All
it
just a bit paranoid.
It just shifted channels in a strange way. That's okay.
Must be your will self-ident.
Yeah.
But yes, something that interested me when we were briefly talking about it the other day was your kind of comment that it was very, very much a kind of Gen Xer show in its outlook and in its feel. And I would agree with that, in that although lots and lots of younger people appreciate it, it really, really feels like a show of that time. Oh, hang on. Someone just said F. Oh, for fuck's sake.
F in the chat. Come on, tell us if you can still hear us. Are we still being
why?
Up?
Is it what's causing this? Because we can't go on like this.
No. This is the curse of Morris.
Oh God.
Descending on us. Appears that it's back for some people.
Yeah, but is it? I want to know what's I want to know why.
Internet has been funny today, I will say. I noticed things were sort of dipping in and out this morning.
So do you think it might be a national?
It could be a universal thing, because it was various things, like Twitter was playing. I mean, Twitter's always playing up, isn't it? Though WhatsApp was playing up, the desktop, internet connection was generally a bit patchy. Don't know why.
Well, look, if anyone has any suggestions,
Seems okay.
or anyone knows how to wrangle this, or
if you miss out on anything, go back and listen to the replay on StreamYard, on YouTube later. StreamYard should hopefully keep capturing it. And yes, yes, we are trained actors reduced to the status of a bum. That's it.
Anyway, but yes, Simon. So my point was, it feels like a very, very generational show in that way.
Its context, the way it kind of springboards the comedy, I think, the satire, it appealed to it appealed to a mindset of Gen X that was, I think, feeling a little bit like the it's so hard to put it into words sometimes. I said to you that there had been a sense, this was this is the 90s, of course, the early 90s, had been, when it changed from the 80s to the 90s, people had a kind of cultural meme that the 80s were the greedy 80s, the greedy, rapacious 80s, the Thatcherite 80s. And I remember at the time of the change of the year, there was a kind of one of those themes that were dropped into discourse that next up, it was going to be the caring 90s. And it was that sort of time at the end of the 80s where people were thinking about things like ethical banking, and to a certain extent, products that, as they say in a very British coup, didn't involve, selling guns or paying low wages to black people. It was a feeling that somehow we were going to be much more ethical and considerate and free trade in the 90s, and everything was going to be capitalism being kind of whitewashed or laundered, let's say, into something that felt a little bit more guilt-free. That was the plan, and as I say, it started with things like companies saying we're not going to invest in the arms trade or anything which involves exploitation of labor in developing countries, that kind of stuff. And it sort of, you felt it didn't really take off. And this is kind of pre-woke. It wasn't a sort of woke thing coming in. It was, we are going to be kind to people through the medium of liberal democracy and the fact that we are very conscious of ourselves being the so-called prosperous countries, and that business would have to be carried out in a much more amenable and globally sympathetic way. But it was very much a sort of domesticated sense of that. There wasn't really a sense of what we think of as of globalism now. This was played to audiences at home in the West, that we were going to be kinder and kinder people, and the way that broadcast technology was shaping up as well, you were beginning to get the first inklings of the power of computing as it could be applied to editing and presentation processes on telly, and to an extent there was a sense in production that people were going a bit OTT with the technology. The sorts of things that you had at the time lent themselves to that very dated style of presentation, which is put on steroids and parodied in things like the Day-to-Day, the sort of, if you like, precursor to Brass Eye, which was much more of a sort of a parody of a Newsnight kind of show, which was done for the BBC in 1994 with Chris Morris as an anchorman, a very Paxman-esque kind of anchorman, and a sort of team of other actors playing other reporters and other characters that would come into the studio and into the program's life. And there you had a hint of what was to come. They hired the graphics team from ITV, the news graphics team, to do all of the stuff for the Day-to-Day. So you had these kind of elaborate explosive sequences of logos appearing on screen and then breaking apart like transformers, and swiveling and shifting and accelerating and bringing new frames to the way that you were meant to have your eye directed towards to whatever species of story was being presented to you. And so that sort of got that feeling of early 90s current affairs with a sense of great moral urgency and somewhat pompous kind of standing over the issues of the day, and assuming that a correct position to which the issue must be made to fit. And that was sort of a start of a sense of the way the news business in Britain began to have a kind of a moral take to which, through which everything was filtered. So a studio interview would effectively feel like it was coercing a guest into a particular direction. A story would be framed and packaged in such a way so it didn't reflect badly on either the broadcaster or the people discussing the story. But there was also a sense of the news being kind of weaponized in certain directions. And it took a certain amount of inspiration from real issues, which were then parodied in the day-to-day. So things like the situation in the BBC, I think in the late 80s, early 90s, where interviews with figures from the Irish Republican Army were limited by the fact that their voices couldn't be broadcast, and so actors read out the words of Gerry Adams or Martin McGuinness, and they did a version of this in the day-to-day where they would interview these Republican types, played by Steve Coogan, but they would have to inhale helium in order to change their voice and so-called subtract credibility from their statements, because that was obviously the notion in the real situation, that you were attempting to create a dislocation mechanism between the real event and the way it's framed for news purposes. So Brass Eye took on that as its sort of genesis in a way, and began to develop that style of presentation with a bit of an injection of the more Americanized current affairs news form that was also creeping in, where the presentational graphics, the kind of rhetorical loading of the news was amped up even further. And this sort of started to emerge in certain ways in especially commercial TV in Britain. Now, I wasn't here for much of that period, but the similar sort of thing was happening in Australia where I was living, and it very much was that sort of typically a presenter, sleekly attired and coiffed in a black studio, with elements being brought on to accommodate guests or bits of scenography to semi-dramatize the stories. And it was an attempt to kind of say, look, here's a neutral space in which news is being delivered to you, through the news pipe, as they say in the day-to-day, as if it's almost a scientific and a nutritious product that's being made under carefully calibrated conditions. And the way that Brass Eye took it, it decided to put more of the element of sensation and showbiz and a certain prurience that was coming out of the news formats that particularly were popular in the Americas and in the America influence sphere. As I say, it was certainly visible in Australia. It was probably visible in England as well. It was the power dressed presenters, the segues that were very punchy, the graphics that were loud, dramatic, like a roller coaster, taking you on into a news story and very much giving it a complete, almost like an advertisement, like a complete narrative within a short time and a takeaway. So the sense of the construction of the news was very different from how I remember it being in the 70s and 80s, where it was much more straight line, picture of Big Ben.
Sober.
Reginald Bosanquet would be sitting in front of it, or Gordon Honeycomb. Today the Prime Minister said this, all of that. And so it was very much more sober in those days. And this was something very much where the mediatization of events meant that events became, showbiz. They became infotainment, those kinds of words. And Brass Eye was a sort of inheritor of that atmosphere. And of course, being satire, the idea is then to take it to the grotesque level, to take the news program, qua magazine program, which is what a lot of news became. It became like leafing through a magazine in a shop, where it gives you a visual splash and it gives you a sense of connection of certain kinds of characters and certain kinds of themes, and situates you in a way where you just have an uncanny sense of being guided morally. and so that's kind of where Brass Eye lands, and maybe that's what, I don't know, maybe that's what appeals to young people now, that they can kind of see that the news can be deeply coercive in the way that it frames and reframes reality, and things like Brass Eye and the Day-to-Day, obviously drawing attention to that. Maybe that's the tension that people are interested in. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I think it also just works on an absurdist level, you know. The delivery especially just makes it funny, regardless of any, you know, kind of, even if you lack the knowledge of what it's parodying. And yeah, I mean, this is obviously slightly before my time, but I do remember the, you know, sort of sitting around the TV as a young man, sort of well, as a boy just before bed, and you know, whatever my grandmother was watching would be on. It would be, you know, Midsummer Murders or Poirot or something, or it might be one of these quite sort of slightly silly sort of Channel 5 investigation programs. You know, exactly that, where, as you say, ludicrous use of graphics and, you know, over more kind of sort of there's a strange smugness to these programs where it's always kind of I bet you didn't know that. I bet you didn't know that your house is a rapist, you know, type kind of thing. It is sort of that level of silliness, really. And yeah, you definitely see that's the milieu Brass Eye came out of. And yeah, I mean, the most recent episode I watched was the one on drugs, which I'd seen a few years ago and rewatched in preparation. I mean, it's very funny, you know, especially because they're so keen to, whenever they can, they bring in real life, they bring in reality. So, for example, they've got you know, various MPs, and they got Noel Edmonds on there, and all of whom are under the impression that this is a real program. You know, they are being tricked. And also, controversially, they didn't tell anybody they didn't do an NDA before the program. They take it as a real interview and then broadcast it, and then deal with the consequences later. So it does also speak to a certain fearlessness in the climate of broadcasting, that there was a kind of pioneering sense, even at a place like Channel 4, which is obviously relatively establishment, and the that spirit, I think, is long gone. I mean, you and I are both very interested in the show After Dark, which, as people don't know, it was a talk show hosted very late at night, which went out live, in which a group of people with varying views on a particular topic would be brought on to discuss said topic, with not really any limitation on what they would discuss. And somewhat germane to what we'll get onto later, there was actually an episode on the Paedophile Information Exchange, or the PIE, which was a paedophile advocacy group. And they actually got on like actual paedophiles to discuss the problem of paedophilia. And it's sort of like, you know, I mean, one of the cliches we will dissect in the next couple of hours, Simon, that I absolutely loathe is this whole, well, you couldn't make it now, or they're bloody too scared to put stuff like this on telly now, you know. But that is also, to an extent, true in the case of things like After Dark and Brass Eye, where they were trying to push the envelope out in ways that were admirable. I mean, you also had, well, I mean, just to say, when I say admirable, I don't think that, you know, getting pedophiles on television to talk about it is admirable. What I'm saying is that the fearlessness of the show in the things it dealt with, that there was an earnestness to the discussion. If you go back and watch old clips of it, that you've got, you know, Andrea Dawkins sat there across from Anthony Burgess, you know, talking about kind of sex and relationships and pornography in a really completely sincere, you know, because even if you try to do this now, you've got people sort of like mugging for the camera, trying to get the best, you know, clip on social media the next day or something. It wouldn't work the same. I mean, you haven't got people who are that sincere or intelligent now. You had David Irving talking to Lord Hailsham, talking to Jack Jones, the trade unionist, talking to Christopher Montague Brown, Churchill's old private secretary. You know, it was a really, really extraordinary show with a lot of very, very interesting people on it, for example. And it does make me jealous as somebody who grew up when this era was long gone. There isn't that aspect of society and broadcasting and media is gone. That we are genuinely just more lumpen and fearful and unwilling to actually discuss anything, and that we constantly pretend to have debates on this, debates on that. Here's 20-something twat in a cheap suit to come and talk about why he doesn't like immigration. Here's woke girl to say something sort of memey and stupid about this topic. It's all fake, and it's all done by people of very low intelligence and very poor rhetorical ability. And it really does make one yearn for a better time, at least in broadcasting.
And I feel things like Brass Eye were part of a move that was coming out of television to address that sort of, what it felt perhaps was a sort of effete kind of liberal idea of television that maybe had obtained perhaps since the 60s at the BBC, where you had the kind of brains trust programs. The intellectuals would come into a darkened studio, smoke cigars, drink whiskey, and have very high level kinds of chats about philosophy or, about politics or, international affairs. And there was the Reithian self-consciousness of the BBC, somewhat perhaps it was felt later on, after the 80s especially, that it was reaching over people's heads in a kind of slightly arrogant and paternalistic way. And those sorts of programs of well-to-do, well feather-bedded experts of one kind and another, who people who perhaps were late in their careers and were luxuriating in a certain amount of comfort and access, we're now feeling a bit staid to a certain genre of younger production and commissioning editors in places like the BBC and Channel 4, and that it had to be somehow given a kind of bit of energy in the way that you see coming out in the sort of early 90s to mid 90s programs that we're talking about, so that in Brass Eye and the Day to Day you kind of see it. The presenter has a kind of very very testosterone kind of driven aspect. He's imposing. He looks slightly menacing. His hair is slicked back. He's in a sort of a very well built suit. And in fact, all of the other people, the other reporters, are speaking in a very sort of tight-jawed, restrained, but powerful way. The words are meant to land. They're meant to be imposing. And there's a sort of the broadcast voice that I'm sort of mocking there, that comes into play. The what you call the voice of God in broadcasting, the voice of the presenter, gets kind of amped up, and there is this sort of this Americanized idea of the kind of the impact voice that the broadcaster uses in some way. And this again is an idea of truth whereby we're rejecting those old fuddy-duddy middle-aged gentlemen in glasses smoking pipes from the 60s and 70s telling you about the world, because that all sounds too patrician. This is kind of like a new muscular liberalism in a way we're gonna cut to the heart of the issue. We're going to take you to the center of the action. It's that sort of, we are going to do it in both a scientific way and a way that is morally penetrating, is technically highly advanced, and it begins to refashion the news in this way to something which, as I say, then becomes it feels its own sense of obligation to the art of entertainment. And if it doesn't have facts, then it will construct scenarios and enticements and moods to draw you into the news as if you're coming into a narrative story. So typically on things like Brass Eye or the Day to Day, it might have been, well, we don't have footage of it, but if it did happen, it would look like this. And then some ridiculous kind of reconstruction would happen that would be very tendentious and very prurient as well. And there was a sense, I think, at the time that perhaps the moral excellence or probity of the way the news was presented by these people was slipping somewhat, and it was the era in which you kind of found that news people, journalists, were wanting to acquire a certain kind of machismo. And one of the famous incidents was with Jeremy Paxman. And sorry, ambulance going past, and interviewing Michael Howard. He was asking, I think, about Howard was Home Secretary, I think, at the time, was he? And he was being asked about whether he'd overruled a prison governor on a particular issue, and Paxman asked him 14 times in a row, "Did you threaten to overrule him?" So I can't remember the exact nature of the issue. It doesn't really matter, but it was the impact that that interview made. And Paxman saying something along the lines, I recall at the time, of, the principle of political interviewing is to say, why is this lying bastard lying to me? And can I make him, tell the truth? Can I get him to sort of spill it out? And it was almost that the presenter was seen as the interrogator of the politician or the interviewee, and having to sort of extract the truth, because the vested interests being confronted were so powerful and were so resistant. You had to have this forceful approach of going in and strapping these people to a chair and terrifying the truth out of them. And to an extent that then takes on a life in the programs themselves, where the newsman can kind of become there's almost James Bondian crusader for truth, because this is the thing that I sense in a lot of journalists. They all watched All the President's Men years ago. They were all infected with the idea of Woodward and Bernstein uncovering, the dirty dealings in the White House, and they want to kind of capture and crucify whatever the villain is.
I've always hated that archetype, Simon, the Woodward and Bernstein quote unquote crusading journalist, bringing down the man, because it's I mean, one, rubbish. It's just not really what journalism is or how it operates. And two, and never has been, frankly. Two, if you actually look at the story, Woodward and Bernstein didn't do anything. Somebody in the administration decided to confess. That's it. That's what happened, and they just wrote down what he said.
It's the re-articulation of the agency of the journalist, and this bothers me as well, because as we know, as is very visible these days, the journalists always excuse themselves from any account of their vested interest. They fail to confront the crucial question of the fact that someone is paying you to tell the news. And that implies perhaps that means the news is being told in a certain way according to that payment and according to that pressure, that incentive. And the sense we get now is the news journalist pretends to be aghast at the idea that they could be anything less than unfailingly and altruistically objective at all times. And so this period in the mid-90s, where the journalist is, armoring themselves in this way with all of these, appurtenances and affectations of the style of news presentation, become like a kind of visual rhetoric that somewhat distracts us from questions of truth, because when they learn, for instance, like actors, how to use their voice in a impactful way, they learn to pause for effect. They interview people who clearly are in great states of distress, and the camera begins to linger and then close in on the face, and then they leave long silences. I mean, an example of this a bit later on was someone like Louis Theroux, whose technique I found very manipulative as an investigative journalist, because he would do that thing of confronting people, asking them questions, some very pointed questions, and then he would stand there staring at them silently, because he was working on a method that they will fill the space that you leave, and they will incriminate themselves in so doing. And
to be fair though, Simon, I don't really like the man, but that technique is genuinely very effective.
Well, it is,
because it's just people will talk themselves into things they would never want to actually say if you just leave the space for them. It is actually a very clever technique, I think.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, you see. I mean, as you say, it is effective. And Theroux, of course, selects his subjects in such a way that they're fairly easy roadkill for the kind of stuff that he's doing. And the nature in which they dispose of themselves then becomes educational for the particular kinds of vested interests and a certain kind of, if you like, news educational agenda that news outlet is proposing. It's never innocent of any kind of inflection, and part of the problem is that the BBC Reithian idea, inform, educate, and entertain, and the idea of a neutral and efficient news delivery service, then becomes composed with something a bit more, a bit thicker, a bit more complicated, and tied up in extensive implied discourse that's used to deliver the news, but almost in a warlike way. It's a news against untruth. It's a war against untruth, and the news is like the military that is designed to crush opponents of truth into submission. So Brass Eye really sort of takes its cue from that, I think, sort of mood. And at the same time, for Gen Xers, who were probably the principal audience, people my age in our mid to late 20s, it felt very refreshing because it was articulating something of our developing sense of the hypocrisy in the way we were being told the world was. And you could detect this from especially that atmosphere in the late 90s around issues to do with violence or sexual abuse, the sort of difficult areas of personal interaction between people that become the subject of the prurient interest of tabloids, people's sex lives, people's the corruption that goes on, the immoral behaviors that people from time to time fall into or engineer for themselves. And at that time, particularly, as you had the approach of the Blair government in 97, that didn't just kind of land in 1997 and everything changed. At least for the couple of years before Blair was elected and he was leader of the Labour Party, I was listening intensely to the speeches he was making. And I was, I guess, a kind of proto-libertarian in some ways, or a classical liberal. I didn't really use the words at that time, but I thought of myself as somebody who believed in ideas of old English liberties.
See it, Simon. I can see you there, at raves, acid house, just like Guido Fawkes, but you're a hardcore Thatcherite libertarian, going, come on, man. It's all about liberty, man. Free markets, man.
Yeah. Well, we didn't think in terms of free markets. We we certainly thought in terms of, making money and being prosperous to affect a better life was a great thing, but that you had a moral sense in doing it that meant basically giving everybody the freedom to intercooperate in ways that would lead to human flourishing. I think there was a kind of vague idea of that. There wasn't really, for a lot of people I knew, a sort of politicized sense of what that meant. It was just that, you wanted to kind of have a bit of an American sensibility in that you wanted the idea of being free, whatever that meant. That was kind of not deeply interrogated. Being commercially viable, able to make a living, because there was something of a recession going on in the early 90s that a lot of us were conscious of. If we'd gone to university, we'd left and there weren't any jobs. So we were kind of having to scrape by and, hope that something better would come up. And there was a sense of it even then, that world of employment being constricted and being, gate kept more heavily and directly. And so we were very keen to, break free, I suppose, of the apron strings, get out into the world. But it was economically a reasonably difficult time. And there was a bifurcation between the parts of Gen X that went off and did very well, that sniffed and sensed what the future was going to be, and those that didn't. And I was probably in the second camp. But I had friends in the first camp, so I could kind of see where the money was going. And I had friends at that time in London, when I moved back to London, who were working in advertising, and in particular what was called digital production, which was really the early days of creating the internet as a kind of commercial form. So some of the sensibility of the world that was going on in media at that time was something I was on the distant fringes of and was aware of. And I was aware that those people I knew who who'd got married, were settling down and were starting to have children, had a very deeply moral sense of how they were going to rescue the world from the mistakes of their parents. And I recounted to you how I had a conversation with a friend, and we were talking about, difficulties of family and, becoming independent and, breaking free of, the malformations and the bad things that happen in families in terms of power imbalances and structures and, your sense of being oppressed by your parents in some way. And we were talking because my friend was about to, have her first child, or she might have had it by that point and was about to have a second one. And, I was saying, well, it's a sort of worrying thing, because we kind of almost don't feel old enough to be parents right now. We feel like we're still living these very young, youth preoccupied lives. And, you worry about making mistakes that, screws your kids up as we might have felt we were screwed up. And my friend said to me, oh no, don't worry, son, we're not going to make the same mistakes our parents did. And I thought, you're so naive. It's the Jurassic Park thing. No, we're going to make a whole bunch of new ones, whatever. But the idea that there was an idea in the air that sort of rationalism had succeeded and science had succeeded, and we kind of knew everything now. The world was like, well, there were plenty of books about how to bring up children perfectly, and how we were going to kind of sweep all before us generationally because we had the tools at our fingers. I mean, the internet wasn't really underway in a way that was meaningful to us. We, people may have been on it, they may have been on forums, they may have even, been well into computer games before it was all kind of, I don't know, it was online and linked up. But to us, it was computers and emails were tools that were part of work. So they weren't really things that we thought the future was going to be directed by. I think we thought that the book learning we'd had was going to sort of take us forwards, and we'd simply read another book every year and learn about something else and conquer the universe that way. And so when Blair was arising, you got then a very strong sense that there were older people who had a very definite idea of where politics should go. And to us, some of us, at least to me, it didn't feel like it was going to go in a liberating direction. It felt that he was going to bring in a form of soft coercion on everything. The way we talked about it then was the nanny state. And it was very much the feeling that there were going to be new laws to do this, ban that. You were going to have to do this, this kind of regimen of self-improving legislated collectivity that no longer had the sort of freebooting tang of the 1980s, as people like to think of it. It was going to be much more the Isaiah Berlin, the two visions of liberty: negative liberty, positive liberty. Negative liberty is freedom from interference, and the idea of positive liberty is that it's a frame in which your liberty is constructed so as to quote, empower you. And Blair's frame was very much tilted towards the idea of positive liberty, that the government was going to bring in conditions in which you would be allowed to flourish. And you sort of see the kind of semantic suggestive thing I've set up there, in which you were going to be allowed to flourish. It was moving much more towards a Europeanized idea, not of, old English liberty, you could do anything you want unless there was a law against it. It was going to be, we're going to set up a framework of laws in which you will be able to live a healthy, clean, and regulated existence. And that was beginning to sort of creep in ways that some of us felt was obnoxious. And TV, in a sense, began to reflect that slightly overarching sense of nice people in suits bullying you into things. But they had the power in order to do that. And yes. And that's what sort of took me into the world of Brass Eye, where the kind of savagery of that was up front, and it was blatant, because the presenter of the program was very clearly a kind of master of ceremonies and was unafraid to in the day-to-day incarnation, if you like, Chris Morris is there as the central anchor man, who is the sort of the pantocrator of the whole affair, who stands above it all with a kind of godlike power. And he delivers the news at you, but he also kind of makes it as well. He also inflects it and controls it. and you begin to think, hang on, what's going on? But he does it in such a way that you feel like you're being, taken into, you're obviously not being taken into a world of truth, because from the off, the programs are telling you lies. And then it's enlisting celebrities usually to be complicit in those lies, because it's working off everybody's credulity and desire to be mediatized. And so then, a farrago ensues where Chris Morris is a sort of satirist who will start something. He'll start a lie very gently, and then he'll turn up the volume. And at a certain point, most of us will hear that the volume has gone up, and we'll go, oh, right, okay, it's a wind up. But he'll keep going, and he'll then take on these celebrities and push them further and further in the wrong direction, and allow you to see how the kind of the organs of power in one form or another can be enlisted to sell you a crock of shit. And then from that, ensues a train wreck of ideas and behaviors, which is how I sensed things were going in terms of a new idea of governance that was coming in, based on, in the late 80s and early 90s, what I detected in the political air was the idea of consensus government. And this, I've spoken about this before when I was in Australia, but they were looking towards places like Japan, where there was an idea that, you had Japanese consensus, that everybody in the company, the CEO wasn't particularly important. It was the team that made everything happen. And everybody would kind of applaud each other at the end. And there would be kind of a sort of sense of flattened hierarchy almost, that the world would be created by us all pulling together as a team. And that was good. And that therefore politics should become some idea that, we were all in a flat hierarchy and we were all working as a team. Because of course we know as a reality that is not the nature of hierarchies and how we are governed. There are people at higher stations than we are, and they call the shots. We don't.
Yes. So Simon, do you know anything about the background of Brass Eye as a program, or its production history, or how it was put together?
I don't particularly focus on it. I was obsessed with it as a program because of its form, and it really, it comes out of Channel 4, where, this is, it's almost like it's funded in a way similar to the BBC. There is money coming from the public purse to go into Channel 4, but it is a commissioning body insofar as the BBC was mostly, well, for a long time produced its own stuff internally. It produced its own dramas, its own news, etc. Channel 4 was much more of a producing house, so it would commission other production companies to make comedies, or to make dramas, or to make investigative programs, and so Brass Eye, I think, comes out of that world. Now, the nature of its commissioning, I can't give details on that. I haven't really obsessed about those kinds of things, or at least I haven't really looked into them for a very long time. I was very into Chris Morris, but this was more than 25 years ago. I was on the kind of the main forums talking about Chris Morris's stuff, but it was mostly analysis of the comedy itself. The big forum for Chris Morris fans is called Cooked and Bombed, and there was another thing called the Brass Eye mailing list, and there was Sotkar, Some of the Corpses Are Amusing, another forum, and there was another one called Glebe's Thrift Funnel. I was reminded of these last night by someone who got in touch on Twitter. So there was a sort of fandom, and it was quite it was a very excited and intense, and, as we would say now, very spurgy fandom. And I didn't really realize the existence of such people until I got involved in that scene. There were people who were, deeply analytic, and kind of, sort of very anal about information. And this is sort of stuff I didn't particularly take in. And to be honest, the thing you have to remember is that for many, many years, people didn't know anything about it. They just didn't know. Chris Morris was a mystery figure. You saw him on programs. I mean, I saw the Day-to-Day after I saw Brass Eye, but he was a somewhat enigmatic and very reclusive kind of guy. He was born in 1961, so he's 10 years older than me. He went to Stonyhurst, which is a Jesuit boarding school. That's right. He was there in the mid to late 70s, and then he went off, I think, to Bristol to study zoology. And he worked his way into to BBC local radio, and then to the BBC in the early 90s, where he made with others a program called On the Hour, which was like a radio precursor to the Day to Day, which, and the Day to Day was like a sort of precursor to Brass Eye. He did other stints on radio as a kind of disc jockey on Radio 1. He would do a Chris Morris music program. He was a disc jockey in the form of like Kenny Everett used to be in the 70s. He would make all his own sort of soundscapes, jingles, and he would take you kind of into an alternate world that he would create. And it was a satiric and provocative world. He would organize his material by observation of the processes of production, and then trying to take them to a satiric place. So he himself was a real mystery for a long time. And it wasn't until after the emergence of Brass Eye that you started to get little snippets and clippets here and there in Time Out or The Guardian about Morris. But again, it was a bit like Adam Curtis. We just didn't know anything. So the process by which it was made wasn't something I was familiar with. Now, years later, there have been a couple of books. The main one about Chris Morris is called Disgusting Bliss by Lucian Randall. And that's a reasonably chunky book where Randall has, tracked down Morris's, compadres, his friends, people he's worked with, and interviewed them. And he's constructed that history of how Morris got involved with Armando Iannucci, who was part of, he was sort of, Iannucci was the sort of senior figure who was producing On the Hour and the Day to Day and their collaboration. In terms of Brass Eye came, that produced the world that was Brass Eye, and the sort of small repertory company of actors, comedy actors who worked with him. So it was a show commissioned by Channel 4, and it had this one continuous season of 6 episodes, I think, in 97, on each one on a different theme, each one beginning with a kind of specious introduction to the subject, with lots of bogus ideas and facts thrown up in your face to give you a sense of a disturbed appreciation of the area. And then the Morris character would come in, and various experts, fictional experts, would come in to talk about the situation they were discussing, whether it was drugs or animals or science. And then throughout the program, celebrities would be enlisted to give urgent interviews to camera of concern. So, I mean, you use the word moral fagging, which is something...
Yes. It's internet lingo.
It's an internet era thing, but it was, in a sense, an emergence of that in television. The idea of being seen to be the concerned but informed celebrity. Of course, he's playing on the pretense that they appear to be informed, but he shows the process by which their interviews are constructed. So it's not just, here's Phil Collins and he's going to talk about, looking out for paedophiles. You'll see them being briefed as to what the questions are going to be that they have to answer, and they might be given bogus information to pass off. And from the process of Brass Eye, you see that, a lot of these celebrities are basically just ditzy tits idiots who will do anything for an interview fee, and he will get very unlikely kinds of people, TV totty presenters, slightly down at heel actors, or things that are just kind of a sort of melange of people who have no likelihood of being seen as credible on anything, but because they carry a sense of importance and urgency in the way that you still have now. You'll still hear something on the radio or the telly. There'll be a voiceover from Ewan McGregor telling you that people are starving in Africa and we must give money right now. And that articulation of celebrity as merely a conveyance towards some sort of desired political, social, or financial outcome, becomes very much more consciously mobilized from the 90s onwards. Of course, we know since the times of Edward Bernays, there's been the enlistment of celebrities to encourage you in certain directions. But I think the thing in the 90s is there's great artifice presented around that to make it seem as if no, those people really were genuinely informed. They really had a deep care about this particular issue in South America, and they really wanted you to know about it, and they'd educated themselves. And it's desperately important that you must give now by ringing this number, and so on. So it's people whose credibility was up for sale, and it was being flogged, fairly cheaply. And Morris was sort of drawing attention to the construction of that culture of it, the need of self-belief that we had perhaps in the 90s to be the caring society, to be in the caring decade. And the way in which you'd get, ridiculous combinations, but you get like Richard Bryars, the actor from the Good Life, or you'd get, Philippa Forrester from Tomorrow's World, or
who appears on Brass Eye actually,
like Dr. Fox, the DJ, from the radio DJ.
Well, the ironic thing, he's in the Peter Geddon episode, Neil Fox, and he went on to be booked and charged with various statutory offences. I think later found not guilty, but he was part of the kind of BBC sleaze. Basically the judgment of the court was, well, we definitely think these encounters happened, but we have not got sufficient evidence to convict. Basically, so
and many people, the people who appear throughout Brass Eye, again, you've got the feeling of people whose careers have probably stalled or on the wane somewhat. They're like used airport paperbacks at this stage of their lives. They're on the free bookshelf at Morrison's, if you like.
I rather like how Brass Eye also tends to leave in the little snippets of them, sort of when the interview's not rolling yet. Yeah, and as you say, there's such a deadness. There's such a I'm just here for the paycheck.
Yeah. Do you want me to do it like this? I can also say this, and you can cut it in later. That kind of thing.
Because Noel Edmonds appears in one like that. So does Bernard Manning in the
Bernard Manning, Rolf Harris. I mean,
very uncomfortably.
I mean, and odd people as well. I mean, he obviously has some politicians, some MPs come up. I mean, famously, the late David Amos was in the drugs episode. He was made to be convinced that this new drug cake was running rampage through Europe. But there were just all kinds of sort of low grade people, I mean, that were sort of dragged up and persuaded that this might be good for their image if they came and did a piece to camera about this particular issue. But there were some odd ones. I mean, like Britt Eklund. I mean, there was from Wolf the Gladiator. I mean, there was an actress from Baywatch. Alexandra Paul, that's the one. She was talking about the elephant with a trunk stuck up its bottom. So people who kind of had sort of fallen out of view in a way, and were lingering on the fringes of telly and celebrity, who were probably easy meat for Morris to persuade to come in and do this kind of stuff. So Brass Eye was sort of very impactful, but it was also very troubling. There was a certain amount of soul searching in the media afterwards. Celebrities, even MPs, they're being diddled by this undercover satirist Morris. Now, he wasn't the first to do wind-ups. There were other people who came on and did wind-ups later. There were people who they would do phone wind-ups on radio, but I mean, he'd already done them in the early 90s, as had other people before him. So it was the thing of celebrities sort of retrenched a bit and felt, well, you've got to kind of be on the lookout because you don't want to be stitched up by Chris Morris again, because he'll come in a reasonably convincing form with a production company in a disguise or front people working for him to set you up to make you look ridiculous, which he effectively did. And so it sort of did actually help kind of burst a bubble of pomposity that was going on in the self-important righteous 90s, and it made people more wary, for a time at least, of what they were saying or what they were being asked to say for money, by whom and to whom. And so I think that was kind of curiously impactful. And then Brassai finished, dropped out for 4 years, and then you came back strangely in this thing in 2001, which was around the time where it was becoming, a number of stories of paedophile sex offences and abductions and so on had been emerging, and people had been, horrified about things, and naturally had got very angry about the state of this. And there were, a number of protests. I think down in Portsmouth, in particular, I seem to remember. Other places as well. Parents, children, people marching with placards, angry about what was perceived to be an epidemic of paedophilia that was affecting communities in Britain. And this was a kind of real hysteria for a time. And given what we know now, it's also difficult to sort of look back on that as something to make the focus of satire. But the idea, I think, for Morris with the Petergeddon special in 2001 was not so much to make light of paedophilia, but that's the problem, isn't it? Because that's where the touch paper gets lit with the program. It's a satirical program with comic potential on a subject which is extremely emotive at that time. The ostensible and stated aims, so to speak, over years as they've been discussed and come out, was to really satirize the extreme prurience of that kind of tabloid television, which was taking shape in the later 90s, focused around issues of child abuse, child sexual exploitation, as you'd call it now, paedophilic abuse, violence towards children. And it was a sensationalist approach which sought to derive an enormous amount of viewer engagement in the tension and a sort of almost like a noirish underworld feel about this is the menace that is running rife through suburbia in a town near you. And here we're going to interview another victim in a darkened room, and there's going to be some poignant piano music playing, and then you're going to see them, walking through the park looking lonely and mournful. And, the interviewer, the presenter, is going to put an arm around their shoulder while they cry, and the camera's going to zoom in on their face while they cry. And we're going to hold some lingering pauses while we all take in the gravity of the situation. And there was a very strong vein of television documentaries, especially mostly on places like, the independent television network ITV, which really squeezed out the pathos in a way that was becoming and feeling increasingly queasy and tasteless. And this in itself was thought to be, contributory to a sort of an atmosphere of what seemed like hysterical disproportion to what may have been, enumerated as relatively loose groups or isolated incidents. This was a time before people were thinking broadly in terms of the kind of child abuse that we're thinking of nowadays. There was some awareness of, the paedophile as a kind of lone wolf actor descending upon vulnerable children, maybe one or two paedophiles. But as we went on in time, the idea developed of gangs and networks, both in the indigenous British community and in the settled foreign communities, which we obviously are all too familiar with now. And this was something that was sort of a feeling that it was kept out of the public's eye because it was too sickly and too distressing, and it was only being dealt with in this way, which felt very, very exploitative of the tension and the fear, the anger around the issue, and not so much a sense of, well, let's do something about it. What can we do about it? The machinery of government and political enthusiasm to arrest the situation always seemed to be tied up with the difficulties of thoughts about discourse of human rights, and increasingly a sense of the changes being made in policing towards a kind of sensitivity, which also rendered a kind of ineffectuality as well.
Yeah.
And so it made it very difficult. This particular program, there was a frustration with what seemed like a public reaction that was out of control and out of realistic proportion to some people, and at the same time, as I said to you, I think there was a kind of failure in the minds of the people producing this kind of satire, because it was the world of, again, the rational individual who was somewhat detached, I guess. I mean, I don't think for a minute Chris Morris, who had children, was in favor of lauding the paedophiles. I mean, if anything, he was commenting, I think, on the way that the self-righteousness of the the Gen Xers, that generation that was growing up and having families, was somewhat reducing children to lifestyle accessories. And this is something I saw with people I knew. There was an atmosphere and a mode of, there was a number of people who sort of wanted to have children to kind of be in the club of having children, and to then dress the kids up in all the kind of silly, Oshkosh clothing, and take them to a particular creche in Maida Vale, and take them to these kinds of activities, and kind of give them a sort of idealized childhood. A kind of, it wasn't idealized in the way that I think older generations, and certainly we kind of didn't have so much of a consumerist childhood, because there wasn't necessarily a lot of stuff to consume in the way that there later came to be. In childhood, it was very much, you're out on your bike, you went messing around, exploring, and basically, it was a case of benign neglect. My generation, when bringing up children, were very much more helicopter parents, but not trying to appear to be helicopter parents. They were trying to curate children. They were trying to give their lives a sense of, well, here's all the things I would have liked to have done. They're going to have this lesson, and they're going to have this class, and they're going to have this exposure. It wasn't quite the tiger mother thing of making them into optimal scholars, but there was a sense in which, well, there's no way I'm going to let them go out and explore a broken, ruined building in the way that I would have gone and done as a child, as a teenager. You go off with your friends and you see some old factory, and you kind of break in and have a wander around and smash a few windows, things like that. There was no way that was going to happen, because now there was an intense awareness that, well, I can't let them go to the park on their own, because they'll be abducted by a paedophile. And this obtained in London, in well-to-do neighborhoods. There was a sense of panic that the world had irrevocably changed. You couldn't let kids out on the street because people drove cars faster now and were more careless and cruel and depraved in ways that they hadn't been before. So children were sat in front of television. They were given computer games. They were given all these electronic amusements at home. And I sort of had conflicts with some of my friends, because I thought the kids were going soft, and I thought the parents were soft. And I said, you're not giving them exposure to risk in the way that I think kids need to have in order to be excited about the world. They were kind of becoming deadened kids, and they were becoming sort of behaviorally stunted and uninteresting as children. I remember once a conversation I had with some friends who had kids. It was a sort of a house, not exactly a party, but people came round to have drinks and have some snacks and stuff, and the kids were there. And I was chatting to this little boy who was a friend of a friend's kid, and I mean, he was fascinated by asking me questions about guns and things like that. And then we started making paper planes, and he made a paper plane, and it didn't work. And I said, "Oh, that's what you've made there isn't really very good. Do you want to make a better design?" And so I showed him how to make a better paper plane. And his mother was sort of looking daggers at me, because I was introducing the idea that he hadn't got it right the first time, and I hadn't celebrated it. So I was trying to teach him something, and that was wrong, because I really should have just clapped him on the back and said, "Well done, your crappy paper plane that doesn't actually fly. Great, well done." And then I felt that I was kind of at odds with people with kids in some ways from then on, because, I mean, the kids seemed to love me, I mean, I'll say that, I had fun because you could entertain kids, you could play with kids, you could make up stuff and just act out things. I was comfortable with doing that because I didn't have children, and it was fun to be around with my friends and their kids, and you could take the bit of relief off the parents, take a bit of a strain off the parents, give them a bit of entertainment, and sometimes you try and teach them things as well, but you were sort of held back because they were very, very uptight.
Well, it's a generation raised on middle class feminine neuroses, basically. A lot of this stuff. It's people who have kids for the same. People who have kids for the same reason that they. Sorry, I'm getting a bit of feedback. I think I don't know if it's. It's coming.
I'll go mute so it turns off my.
Sorry, I don't. Is that, or am I just? So no, it's not mine. Sorry. But yeah, I mean, the generation of women who had children for the same reason they might have a pet, right? It was for their benefit, not for the kids' benefit. It's their. I mean, it's such a widespread thing, but it doesn't often get talked about. But especially in those days, that was basically the main reason a lot of these women had children. It was for them, completely. It was so they would have a kind of thing to organize their life around and be neurotic around. And could kind of imply all these arcane rules and sort of special diets, and he's got to have his treatment for some special disorder, or go to and you can go send them to the fashionable schools and have social events. It's quite sick, really, in a way.
Well, it was we talked about this. It was a sort of a process of everything was commodified, and I got the sense that, as I said, even children were being commodified. The way that the Weekend Guardian color supplements would be like, the 10 best, couture designers making kids' clothes, and models, sort of standing with kids dressed up in various ways, like they were happy families, but it was an idealization of the happy family through consumer production, and a certain orientation towards, especially in London, a kind of lifestyle of bringing up children. You have this area in South London called Nappy Valley around Clapham and Battersea, where all the kind of the yummy mummies would be out with their kids in these massive 4x4 strollers, and the kids would be dressed up in quite trendy clothing. I would often look at these kids in this trendy clothing and think that's probably quite expensive for something they're only going to wear for a few months. But they would kind of be leashed in, these children. They would be very tightly controlled. They didn't have the kind of freedom and access to a sort of a sense of a life outside the sort of fairly narrow confines of their parents' curation. So again, that sort of reinforced for me a sense that everything was being kind of tightened and nailed down, and there was a sort of sense of an independence of spirit in some people. Some people were kind of taking the king's shilling, knuckling down and doing as they were told, and they were fully behind the kind of the world that Tony Blair was promising, of everything being made safe, and the whole thing of everyone must have prizes, all of that sort of stuff. That ambition and competition were being taken out because you didn't really want to upset people. So it was a sort of the emergence of the therapeutic state in a sort of fuller form. That why wouldn't you want that? That would be the kind of rebuttal to someone like me. I mean, I was the crazy guy who was talking about people being free, and I had ideas about what that looked like, and part of it was a kind of robust sense of a childhood where the fact is, kids kind of need a space to hide away from the adults and be a bit risky, and to do naughty things, do dangerous things, and kind of as long as they don't kill themselves, it's kind of okay. They're going to get hurt, but there was a massive, especially with the women I knew, there was a massive fear of anything that might hurt their children, and cuts and bruises and things like that. And they were wrapped in cotton wool, and the boys as well, I guess, kind of, were sort of on a bit more of a leash. That was my sense, and were made to grow into a kind of anesthetized, semi-feminized form, where what they were encouraged to be, as people have said, was a kind of a slightly different form of girl. A slightly more, it's as if you're making young boys into centrist dads. You're making them into these homogenized suburban neutered males who there's no way I could have bought any of them like a toy gun or something, which I would have loved. Just wouldn't be on. They kind of got a sort of element of something a little bit boyish, but it was framed in terms of like machines and sort of science and things like that. It was, you give them a telescope or something, or I don't know. I can't really sort of think of the sorts of things now.
Encyclopedias or something.
wasn't quite that worthy at times, but it was definitely a sense that certain things were off limits now. And of course, well, Simon, yes, I know you used to do that in the 1980s, but we don't do that anymore. And it was that kind of feeling.
It's terribly sad, isn't it? It's just, come on.
Well, it just felt like you were storing up maladaptation for the future.
Yeah,
because these
let
things
them grow up. Let them do this sort of thing. I mean, funnily enough, I want to watch a bit of the drug episode just to kind of appreciate the comedy a bit. Because everyone in the chat likes it. We like it. We may as well just have a bit of a laugh. But aside from the serious discussion, but I also then we'll get on to the pedo-geddon discussion.
We'll come back to the heavy shit after
we'll come back to that, yeah. But because I want to just bring up a point around the idea of being exposed to these things. I mean, I remember because I grew up basically, 9/11. Well, I was born before 9/11, but by the time I was old enough to have any memory, it happened. And all this kind of terrorist stuff. You're constantly hearing the word terrorist and bombing. Well, obviously you're a kid, you don't really understand why or what or anything about it. I think I maybe told this story before about how I was convinced that we'd left London when I was a kid because the Germans were bombing London, because I got confused between the ongoing Islamic terrorist bombings and the Second World War, basically. Because people are just throwing all this stuff at you. You've got no context for it, right? And then Madeleine McCann happened, and that was huge. I mean, because I was a kid that was always running off, right? Because we lived in a small town in Wales. I knew everybody. I felt very safe. I wasn't even really thinking like that. I would just do it, right? I would just go, bounding off into some shop or down the street, and family would have to come running, and where's he gone now? But it was never a sort of serious risk type thing, and then Madeleine McCann happened, and it was sort of everything changed. Then it was sort of there was this real increase in suddenly everything being more secure and more kind of emphasis on knowing where you are at all times type sort of thing. And yeah, I mean, I remember that it did feel like you could sort of feel the security state kind of growing up, into more of a permanent thing. And yeah, I mean, it was, and then you kind of got, and as that was my introduction to the concept of kid snatching and the idea that you could get snatched and very, very, very bad things could happen to you.
I would just say about London, I lived in London 18 years, from end of 94 to 2013 or so. Bartholomew Musgrave in the chat, interesting what you're saying there, can hardly blame London mothers for being worried about their children when their city is being turned into Somalia. Well, it wasn't always like that. That sort of time ago, it didn't feel this. Again, it's this thing of explaining to people how things didn't feel the same in the past. It wasn't the city of that kind of tension or sense of threat. There was a big shock when a teacher was stabbed to death outside, because I remember my friends lived in Maida Vale, and there was a school just around the corner on the Edgware Road down into London, and there was a school teacher, a headmaster called Philip Lawrence, who was stabbed to death outside the school, and that was a really major thing. That was kind of bizarrely, I mean, that had an enormous impact for months and years afterwards. And there's still a plaque on the wall outside the school if you ever go past it to that moment, because I think he used to come I remember seeing a picture of him in a restaurant, an Indian restaurant where I used to go. He was one of the sort of regular, popular clients they had, and they would have a photo of him on the wall. And it was a real oddity for the time. I mean, there was violence coming into London at some level in the early 2000s. You had the kind of worry about the Yardies, Jamaican gangsters who were coming in. But this was kind of, restricted to areas more or less in North London, like Harlesden, bits of Willesden. There was a sense of a kind of a growth of a more dynamic criminal underclass that was happening. But again, this wasn't really the sense of, kids being enlisted into gangs to deliver drugs and stab each other up. It just wasn't like that at that time. It became that way, but much later. And so the sort of dissonance between what people felt was safe and what reality was like, I think, well, I still think it was kind of out of whack, but it was driven by a sense of a purposeful hysteria that was being, to some extent, whipped up as well by media, by these kinds of representations of reality and danger that were, as I said, being given a pornographic quality rather than a realistic level of investigation and conversation. And the fact that things were kind of brushed over in the early part of the century, of course, down the track, led to a lot of the problems we have now.
Yes, indeed. Right, let's have a peek at Brass Eye. Do you know where the name Brass Eye comes from, or what the?
Well, apparently, if you look on your Wikipedia, it'll say it was a combination of two show titles. There was a 60s drama called Public Eye about a sort of private investigator, which I've seen episodes of. It's a black and white series. It's a kind of ordinary guy who's investigating stuff. I think I saw one episode a few years ago. I wasn't hugely interested in it. So that was Public Eye, and there was another program called Brass Tacks, which was apparently a sort of a documentary program that was on the BBC in the late 70s to the late 80s. The thing is, you kind of, without that knowledge even, you get the sense of what the program is about. It's it's the searching eye of the penetrating investigative journalist, and it's brass. So there's both the sense of it being kind of bold, and the brass eye, I think, also was meant to evince a sort of a kind of slightly filthy kind of filthy joke about.
It just sounds right, though, doesn't it? It just has the right feel,
Yeah, exactly. It's the sort of a hard machined kind of look at reality, and it's overblown and it's grandiose. There are flames. There's a sort of symbolism of Morris, standing like Vitruvian Man in the opening credits, becoming a figure of cultural and philosophical immensity. That's the fun of it. It's that the place of the news seeker is so overblown and so magnified. It's as if the journalist has put on, the exoskeleton power suit from Aliens and is going out to fight for truth in a really overt and over the top way, which gives it its comic, bathos to some extent.
Yes. Right. So we'll just watch a bit of drugs. Okay. If it all starts. Here we go. So here we have the intro.
Yeah.
The late night streets of Britain.
Oh no.
Now so full of drugs. Not even the dealers know them all.
This is a real dealer, apparently.
Yeah. This was
triple sod. Any triple sod? Triple sod?
It's in Notting Hill.
I don't know what that is, my friend.
Have you not got any yellow Benteens?
What's yellow Benteens?
I just want something that makes it go really bluty.
No, the only thing sell out is Coke, mate.
No, you must have some.
You're telling me what I have and what I don't have?
Are you the Boz Boz?
What's the
Are
Boz
you a Boz Boz?
What's Boz mean?
I don't want to end up like a bloody piano dentist.
If you don't want to, you don't have to buy it.
Yeah, but what I don't want my arms to feel like a couple of fortnights in a bad balloon.
My brother, I don't...
Do you know what I mean?
I'm not really bothered what you want your arms to feel like.
I'll tell you what, I'm less interested in giving you 40 quid to end up on a quack candle.
What's a quack candle?
Okay, I'll tell you what, I'll give you 30 quid for one Clarky cat.
What's a Clarky can? You're not making sense.
Cat, a Clarky cat.
I don't know what you mean, man.
Are you telling me you definitely got no Clarky cat?
For the 10th time, I don't know what Clarky can means.
No, cat, Clarky
What does it mean?
The stuff you chew.
I don't know it.
You know, the grass stuff that you chew?
I do not know it.
Clarky cat or triple sub?
My friend, please leave us alone.
I'm at a modern drugs party. They're taking Charlie. He's got spliff smoke coming out of his drug end. There's someone over there smoking a crack. This isn't the exception anymore.
So obviously a lot of the comedy is in the delivery, isn't it, Simon?
Yeah. I mean, that opening sequence, of course, legendary as it is. I mean, it's the interest there in the contrast of the political figures at this time are either thought to be corrupt or enfeebled. The pop cultural figures, the shot of Liam Gallagher there, sort of giving the two fingers, and Kate Moss looking kind of vague. That it's this world that is fatuous, thin, and irrelevant. And bestriding it like the Colossus is the news guy who is coming in armored in his suit to penetrate the dark underworld that you see here. And again, this aspect of the lurid creation and recreation of these social milieu that are believed to exist, or at least you're being made to believe they exist in this kind of fashion, the modern drugs party. As if this is a kind of thing. Now, of course, in a sense, it is a kind of thing. Certainly in the kind of friends I knew, the sort of media world. I mean, it was certainly customary. You'd go round for a dinner party in Maida Vale, and you'd all have a nice meal, and put away some good wine and stuff, and then the CD cover would come round with some white lines on it, and some people would offer spliffs and things like that, and there was nothing too dramatic, but it was all in the spirit of how was it Boy George or someone who said having drugs now, it's just like having a cup of tea. It was the thing of it being casualized to an extent, and in the media world, the way it was presented to you, even at that low fringe. I wasn't in the center of things like people who worked at Channel 4 or in film production or anything like that. So it wasn't very big or scary. It was just kind of de rigueur that people saw this as part of an integration of relaxation into their lifestyle and pleasure into their lifestyle. That was a little bit jarring for me, because I sort of, I didn't really take the stuff. It wasn't my kind of, if I was relaxing with friends, a glass of wine and a meal, but no, I don't really want some cocaine. It's not my thing.
Simon downplaying his skag baron years, as they were.
I tried it once with some of the friends, because we I won't say who it was. But it was someone who was a creator of a very well-known and very popular 80s TV character, a computer-generated TV character. And
I wonder who it could be.
I wonder who it could be.
Oh, I wonder who it could be.
And we were hanging out. And
hello, Simon.
He was good fun. And it was like paracetamol dribbling down the back of your throat. So it wasn't my thing, and I'm not really the kind of person who gets into drugs. But it was kind of, to say it was like, the world was awash with this stuff. Yeah, it probably was. Not necessarily in my day-to-day life, but the people I was around, it wasn't unusual. There were some people who were acting or modeling, and you would know, they're on heroin, or bit of speed here and there. coke at the parties, that kind of thing. So in London, in this kind of bourgeois milieu, yeah, sure. And the way he's deploying it here is as if, you know, these things are run in a kind of business-like event kind of way. You have a drug party. Well, it's just a lot of people are on drugs a lot of the time, and it was just fine. It was habituated, you know, because, you know, well, I'm not hurting you, am I? Was the kind of thinking.
Yeah, casual drug use. Probably more affordable back then than it is now.
More possibly, yeah. I mean, I'm not being judgmental in any sense about it. I mean, you can have a good time on drugs. You know, if you want, you take drugs under a certain, you know, set of controlled conditions, and you know, you're with friends, you're in a pleasant environment. You might say, "Oh, I'll try that," and you have some drugs. Okay, fine. But again, I'm not talking about that as an experience. I'm talking about the idea of lifestyle, the way lifestyles were incorporating all these different elements, and becoming normative.
Criticism in the chat of Simon's low quality cocaine.
It probably was.
So you know, you should have got some pure stuff. Anyway.
More? Yeah. It's just how people live today. No thanks, I don't use the horse. From Debs to plebs, this decade is not so much the 90s as the yard dankerties.
The headlines say it all. Liam's new staircase made out of gear. Drug bankers pulled my wife's head off and puked down the neck hole. And last one on drugs is a queer, yells Portillo.
It is remarkable to me how consistently he gets the delivery and the intonation of the news presenter. They always talk like this, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're trained to do that. If it's like the new RP type thing. Or...
Yeah, I think there is. Yeah, there is some element of journo training that you can tell when they've had it. The way they read the news, the way they begin, run up to, you know, the elements of the sentence that needs to be transported into the audiences, and then the way they bring it down, and there's a crescendo, and then it, you know, ends on a certain kind of momentum, which then impels you into the next story. So it's kind of a way of structuring listening for your ears in the way that, you know, breakfast cereal structures a sense of what you think of as nutrition, or having something to eat in the morning. It's so highly packaged and so kind of you know, highly sugared that you know, it's kind of irresistible, if you know what I mean. If you know, if you sometimes like junk food, you know, you think, well, it's kind of tasty. It's not good for me, but again, that's that other level of awareness that we have about lots of these things. We know that about them, but we still go there.
Yeah.
Even our leaders show the strain, often drugging themselves senseless in public. There's a
Do you know what happened here? What was this?
I don't know. Because
it looks quite severe. She must. I mean, this is presumably long after she was out of office.
I mean, yeah.
She must. I mean, she wasn't very well pretty much for the rest of her life, was she, Margaret Thatcher?
She was fainting during a lecture. Okay. 14 years ago. When was that? Yeah. Okay. So there's a clip of this. If you look, ITN report on Margaret Thatcher fainting during a lecture from 1994. She was fainting as she gives a lecture in Chile from March 1994. So it was her. I mean, for a while, I couldn't actually tell if it was an actress with the Thatcher wig on, shot from a sort of conveniently skilled angle to make it look that way. But apparently it was her. She had a fainting attack.
That's the thing about Brass Eyes. You're always wondering with each segment, is this a bit, or is this real? Because half the time you think, oh well, there's no way Bernard Manning was this clueless, you know, or that kind of thing. But then apparently they were, because they all complained about it. So, and I mean, people in the chat say she only slept 4 hours, you know, for most of her life, which is obviously not very good for your brain. And it's no wonder she got severe dementia later in life, I think.
But that's a good thing to stop it there and look at that idea, because I think in a way he has got almost like a bit of an eye, like Adam Curtis has, for the odd bit of footage that you think, I mean, okay, this was probably a famous incident. It was seen. Okay, everybody knew about it. But there's something about it in the way that it confronts the expectation of the politician at the lectern being masterly and delivering the oration and being greeted with aplomb and applause, and this is a very strange, out of kilter kind of image, which I mean you could find in archive in various ways, people speaking, fainting on stage, and so on. But often there's a sort of process of sanitization in news whereby you don't encounter lots of odd footage, and it is so highly curated. And this kind of stands out in the way that it brings an element of a kind of what could be theatrical, what could be faked, and yet it's sort of disruptive to our sense of, when you watch the news, you're not going to see anything, especially British news. I mean, they don't really often show dead bodies. They don't show really gross, frank violence. It's cut away, it's obscured, etc. You're given the kind of very neutral version of events, and then anything nasty is described later. But this is the time when the news frame is becoming more, is becoming more prurient, and as online sources end up growing into this, it starts to deliver more of this kind of candid sort of news photography that's it's not fitting into the templates of how you expect public people to behave, or things that happen in public. News events are straightforward. John Major delivers a speech, hits the zinger line, everybody applauds, cut to the next story.
Yes. Simon, do you think Pinochet was in the audience for this? Because they were quite chummy, weren't they? They used to have tea, when he came to London.
I couldn't say. Yeah, I couldn't say.
I didn't know she actually went to Chile, so there you go.
Yeah. She was overcome with his charisma.
Free market emotion.
Cry for help. So what's the truth about drugs? Time to shatter a few myths.
Now, stop there. You see what he's doing there? I mean, that's almost like a very Jonathan Meades thing, where he literalizes a figure of speech.
Which, again, on these types of programs, they were always doing that, weren't they?
Yeah.
They loved a really, really basic visual pun for everything.
Exactly. Yeah. Let's we're gonna say this in the script. Let's actually do it. Let's drop a plate off a building, for no other reason than visual interest. Because, again, sort of invoking Adam Curtis again, a lot of the thing of what he found he struggled with in making documentaries is he said, how do I illustrate stories about economics beyond just people sitting at banks of computers or shots of money? What do you do? This is the great thing of, they are kind of under the cosh when they have to make a news story. They have to give this. They think they have to give visual interest to a story. In the old days, it might have just been the present in the studio, but they kind of feel they have to give everything an imagistic force that gives it narrative power, rather than just interview someone, say this happened. You don't need those other things.
Indeed.
Of a heroin overdose are lethal. Yes, in the short term, but there's been absolutely no research into the long-term effects. Drugs destroy families. Well, a disabled, lonely teenager, a blind mother, but a family held together by the father's crack dealing, which he uses to keep them in talking books and dildos. People say alcohol's a drug.
Again, another example, Morris is very prescient in a lot of his satire. I mean, that seems like a ridiculous and throwaway kind of sketch, but Breaking Bad. I mean, eventually.
The family supported by drug dealing.
It's the ideas, that he kind of looks at, where can reality go if I was to take it in a perverse direction, and then it ends up that he kind of alights upon a world 10, 20 years down the track where people do kind of figure out solutions to problems which are perverse in that way.
Well, and I think that his best punchlines are the ones that just veer off into total absurdity. I mean, because you're obviously expecting him to say, "Oh, and she needs another type of aid." The mother has talking books, and I don't know what would she have, walking sticks, or something, and he just says dildos. It catches you off guard. It's kind of.
Yeah,
and of course, it's the dryness of the delivery.
Yeah.
See, someone in the chat said it can get tiresome even if we know the construct. I have found this before in that I don't really think the show works in long doses. Like it gets. I found that it's good. I find it all very funny in short bursts. But if I were to try to watch, say, 3 straight episodes of it, I would find it would drag a bit, because it's sort of you get the premise, if you like, a little bit too well, I think. But that just might be a personal thing. I don't know.
I think again, I think it's a fortuitous retrospection that you need to unpack. At the time, certainly, it was kind of watching it. It was fast, and it had that sort of grotesque quality of humor that was done as kind of like a drive-by shooting. It was kind of then onto the next thing, and things sort of didn't make sense, and there were lots of tangled bits sort of from the previous thing that he'd said sort of hanging in your mind as he sort of barreled onto the next thing. But it sort of doesn't matter, of course, because he is just emphasizing the quality of the ludicrous and the way that none of this has any kind of consequence, of meaning, in a way that the cavalier attitude of newsmakers, when you hear so often the sort of stories about how real world camera crews and journalists just spin arrant bullshit into stories, and you think, you sort of roll your eyes. But I think he's hinting this deeper sense of amorality in the process.
Yes.
It's not a drug, it's a drink. Are 1 in 3 15-year-olds really on drugs? No, we proved it in tests.
To preserve the anonymity of our 15-year-old volunteers, we replaced each of them with 3 5-year-olds, and not one had even heard of drugs, let alone smoked one off. The biggest problem of all is the law. It is legal to carry drugs if you're not actually touching them. These men avoid contact by using helium balloons attached to little drug baskets. It's also legal to buy and sell drugs if you do it.
It's very, very Paxman-esque. Drug baskets, baskets. Ending the sentence with a sort of slightly risible note there.
Sneering. Yeah.
And it's also. I mean, also the music as well is so on point. Kind of news brass trumpet.
Yeah. The pulse of the current, and the pulse of the informed, and the breezing by, the idea of what we're going to show a book here, and you assume it's a book of legislation, and here's an arcane loophole, etc., etc. And of course, it's the way the news kind of, it breezes through so many priors and assumptions and premises on the way to its destination.
Yes.
Through a mandrill. Typically, mandrills work at night, approaching the house of a client with a drug pouch
of the
and
waka waka
returning
music
with the money. Mandrills are intelligent and vicious, capable of throwing a 12-stone man over 40 feet. But mandrills have been protected by law ever since Queen Elizabeth I gave birth to a child resembling a mandrill by mistake.
The classic street signs of a nearby drug abuse.
The entire hookers.
Yeah.
I like it. You see the, and then just the entire base of like a really ornate Arabic hookah.
Yeah. Well, and that was the thing again.
Joke.
I think there was, at that time, an awareness. I mean, I used to come down the Edgware Road a lot, into central London, and you've got that area of Little Arabia, near Marble Arch, where you've got the cafes with the hookahs on display. And again, he's sort of referring to the dissonance about, well, you're worried about this drug, but why not another drug? I mean, it's the line from Withnell, isn't it? About, that's politics, man, isn't it? What you choose to care about.
But what about this? Remnants of something far worse. A new legal drug from Czechoslovakia called cake. Oh, and luckily the story involves these people. Free the United Kingdom from drugs, and British opposition to metabolically bisturbile drugs. Ted Moore reports.
Cake first appeared in Prague last year. News reports showed victims insane with pain. Disturbing images like this, and a knowledge of the drug routes in Europe, led to the formation of Free the United Kingdom from Drugs, incorporating British opposition to metabolically bistable drugs. Their single aim, to enlist the great and good.
I'm Bernard Ingham, and this is a piece of cake.
Now, who was Bernard Ingham, Simon? Because I don't remember.
He was Margaret Thatcher's press secretary.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
They had a lot of access, these people, on Brasside, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and Ingham was someone who would he was hanging round and was often a pundit. I mean, if you had, Andrew Neil doing a late night, political based chat show program, someone like Bernard Ingham would regularly turn up as a commentator. He would be interviewed on the news. So he was thought to be someone who had access to the inner workings of power. And this is before you had a sort of sleeker sense of the kind of, Alistair Campbell, spin doctor coming in later on, before people were really aware. There was a sense that there were advisors in government who would be dealing with the press, but they'd be kind of sort of bluff old ex-colonel types with a regimental tie and a sort of mutton chop and hearty manner. It wasn't going to be the sort of human lizard that we sort of associate later on with the spin doctor. I mean, the spin doctor was a relatively it pretty much emerged with the Blair government. The term spin doctor. I knew someone at the time who was working in. She said she was working in corporate issues management. And I said, "What does that mean?" And she said, "Well, it's explaining away things that might be difficult for companies. The classic thing of why their particular industrial plant is poisoning a river here or something like that. So I have to kind of come up with things to explain that stuff away." And I said, "Oh, so you're like a spin doctor?" And she was incredibly offended because it carried a lot of heavy connotations of just mendacious lying and deceit.
I'm a spin ophthalmologist, actually, sort of thing.
To warn Britain about cake.
Fucking hell.
Before it was too late.
Hi, this is Bruno Brooks. We all like to party, right? Absolutely. But only the fool would say, yeah, I'll enter the nightmare of cake. And this is it.
This colour that they thought would be a good...
Oh, no. Talk about Peter Geddon, Simon.
Well, yes. Yeah. What can I say? I maybe I should save my Rolf Harris story for another day.
You've got a Rolf. Oh God.
Well, the friends I knew who lived in Maida Vale, who would have the drug parties. One of them was related to Rolf Harris, and so this was 1998. It was my friend's mother, who was a cousin. She was a lawyer from Perth. And obviously they'd seen Rolf because she was kind of staying over here with my friends while they were sort of setting their lives up. And one Christmas, everybody was kind of what should we do? Let's have a dinner. See what Rolf's doing. Does he want to come round? So we were in my friend's dining room in Maida Vale, having dinner with Rolf Harris and his wife. And, it's kind of strange experience. And this is obviously long before any of the stuff about him was discussed. He was kind of like this, really. That was pretty much the sort of form he came in. He came along, we had dinner, had some lamb and some scallops, and I just remember him being a kind of pathological entertainer. He just kind of, he brought a guitar along.
He was always on show, right?
Yeah. And while we were sort of having the kind of, after dinner, mints and stuff, he was like, I've just been working on this song. It's called Christmas in the Sun. What do you think? And he played a bit of it to us. And I was just like, yeah, could you pass the butter, please? Do
you want to sort of, talk like a normal person, or are you just going to stand there and
it kind of was like that. I mean, I didn't know the guy deeply. We chatted. He went to the same school as I did in Perth, a place called Postmodern Senior High School.
Simon, we're off there.
Oh, we're off
there. Well, that's all right. I'm not so bothered about it today because we don't really need the backup. So,
are we? Are we de-lived?
We're de-lived. Just wait for it to go back up.
Okay.
Got rid of the video. I mean, we had a pretty good run there actually.
That wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad.
That wasn't bad. Hello, everyone,
So-
again. Sorry about that. Yes, it looks like Channel 4 have got us. Again, even though the entire Brass Eye series is on YouTube, uploaded by about 3 different channels. You know. So there you go. But it's all right. It's not such a problem today because we don't really need the backup. It was just kind of to get, just to kind of refresh ourselves on the
We're back.
on
We're
the
back.
on the
So
on the program. So
I
Simon, this brings
yeah,
us neatly
yeah.
around to the topic of the Pedogeddon special. Well, actually,
yeah, it does.
did people hear the end of the Rolf Harris
The
story?
Rolf Harris story, yeah. No, well, as I say,
Where Rolf Harris was just a bit annoying.
The thing about him was, as I say, I call him a pathological entertainer. There's some people who you invite them to dinner or something like that, and you can't just hang out. Even if they're celebrities, you can't just hang out and just have dinner and be normal. They want to bring the act in. And I kind of am a bit like that to a certain extent. If somebody wants me to declaim a bit of poetry or something, I'll get up and do it. But I sort of wouldn't do it at a Christmas dinner and bore people. Yeah. So yeah, he kind of had to keep the repartee going, and that's what he was like. But that was there was only one time I met him. Very strange.
Did he
play
his wobble board?
He didn't play the wobble board. He was there with his wife. His wife was Olwen. She was quite a lovely lady, like a little feathered bird. She used to make little bits of jewelry and stuff.
I take it she didn't know about his proclivities.
Well, no. I mean, there was nothing of that hinted at all, really. I mean, he was just a well-known entertainer, and had been for some time, and he was still kind of popping up on the telly. So go figure. So yeah.
Well, yes. So after the first series of Brass Eye was made, they were greenlit to do a special episode, weren't they, Simon? And
yeah,
this would turn out to be the Pedogeddon episode.
Yeah.
Now, if you're, I'm assuming most of the chat is from Britain, so they'll probably know about all this. But in the lead up to it, it was controversial even before it went out on the air. Just when it was announced, I think, because they had to delay broadcast because right around the time it was about to go out, there was a child murder of a sexual nature, and they decided that it might be a little bit tasteless to do it quite so close. So I think they had something like a 2 or 3 week delay on the lead up to it, and then the murder of Sarah Payne in 2000. And infamously, there was a News of the World editorial which named and had pictures, if they could find them, of various known pedophiles and sex offenders. And now allegedly, there's not been. I don't know what the actual veracity of the story is. I've never actually seen a source for it. But supposedly, in the kind of furor that was whipped up, where you did actually have kind of mobs going around, looking for these sort of nonces.
Yeah.
Somebody who was a pediatrician.
Yeah.
Apparently got his house knocked in or something.
It was like an office. I think it was the office of a pediatrician that was vandalized.
But
the door was vandalized.
Is that true?
Well, I don't even care to look into it. It's one of those things that you could sort of search for. I mean, again, the problem
it's entered popular culture though, hasn't it?
It has. It has.
As a kind of those bloody tabloids,
Yeah. I mean, I think the to get to the sort of root of it, really, the difficulty was that there were parents protesting about the threat to their kids after some cases had emerged, and they were working class parents. I think, as I say, it was down in Portsmouth where most of the protests were going on, and it wasn't slick. They didn't have necessarily, well-known spokespeople. They didn't have Esther Ranson coming in on their behalf, or, other notable civil society organizations, backing this thing. It was kind of a relatively spontaneous and anguished protest because people were concerned. It was mostly young working class mothers, and it did kind of sweep around the news cycle for a time. And this program, again, came partly out of that. The sense that I think in London, to the liberal mindset, early hints of a mob mentality were emerging, and this is something that is always distressing to the kind of the governing tier in British society.
And to any liberal, especially.
Yeah, the fear of the mob, essentially, the sense in which, irrespective of whether we believe in things like democracy,
you know what we think on this channel, Simon.
I know what we think on this channel, but the at the time it was still a relatively innocent world in the way of things. You just simply didn't have the evisceration, exposure, and post-mortemization of facts and news, and the speed of communication that you do now, of course. And so the way in which it was treated was as a social eruption, potentially one of a contagion that could lead to an destabilization of civic society, which was still felt to be, in the kind of early Blair years, an era where we were supposed to be living in the kind of world that they tried to capture in those Paddington films, the kind of rom-com Richard Curtis world, the Benetton catalogue. Everybody was getting on. Cool Britannia, we were riding high. The brand was internationally attractive and successful. And here's these ghastly working class people from these Chavy estates in the south of England who are protesting about something, and we really can't endorse this level of hatred to be seen. Everything has to be managed in a kind of proper way, and I think that was it. We just sort of, people wanted to both be anguished about the notion, seemingly in the abstract, of child sexual abuse, but they had no kind of fix on it. They had no kind of grip on how it would happen, because it was the sense of people coming out and saying, well, yes, most abuse happens in families. Sometimes there are organized pedophiles and organized gangs. And I mentioned to you, Panama, that for a time in the early 2000s, about 2005, I was temping in London. I was in between jobs. I was working office jobs, and I worked with the probation service in Hackney, and I was attached to part of the probation service that dealt with the police intelligence unit in the area that would actively monitor local paedophiles. So I would sit in on what they call the MAP meetings, the multi-agency public protection meetings, with the police, who would brief the probation service about their intelligence gathering activities on local paedophiles, which was quite eye-opening, because it was a very detailed and surveilled world that surprised me, the degree to which the police actually had very, very good awareness of paedophile gangs. As I was explaining to you, I would learn details in these meetings of how, for instance, they were monitoring a local gang of paedophiles, maybe 4 or 5 guys. The police would effect what you call silent entry into their homes. They would examine them for evidence. They would gather evidence, take pictures. I remember the super was giving us some details on this one particular home they went into of these paedophiles. He said, there's a safe behind the picture on the wall in the living room. We opened the safe. This is what's in the safe. These are the tapes they have. These are the pictures they have. I can't remember how files were being shared online at that time. I'm sure they must have had some sort of primitive internet file sharing, but again, probably a lot of it was still analog. They knew these guys, what they were doing, what they were planning. He was saying, they're going to go on a holiday, they call it, to Wisbeach in Cambridgeshire, where they're going to be sort of scouting for talent kind of thing. One of them is, he's out of work at the moment, but he's regularly seen circuiting this school. So they knew a lot of information about the activity. It was quite surprising, the degree to which, there was none of this crap about, you've got to get a warrant to go into somebody's house. That's not what happens. If the police want to come into your home, they won't tell you. You'll never know.
They'll just show up.
Just the way it is. Now, you might think, well, there's a good moral case for having the intelligence advantage on people who are naughty, nasty people. Good. And, you're going to play dirty in those circumstances. But that's just a sort of, hint at the sort of awareness and skill and management the police had. It was quite a small unit, ordinary sort of guys, just doing regular bread and butter surveillance policing. So interesting stuff. But it's pre an awareness of the sort of the nature of organized grooming that we are concerned about these days.
Yeah, I mean, as you point out, something that often gets missed is that pretty much every paedophile is known to the police, in some aspect. Like, there's a huge thousands and thousands of names on the lists. It's just, but as you say, it's a case of kind of it's a watching game, isn't it? I mean, a lot of the time, if they're not being actively protected, as has come to light, then they won't have enough evidence, if you like, to actually get them on anything. And I was recently reading up on the history of the Sidney Cook gang and everything that went on with that. And I read a couple of books from different detectives that worked on the case. They said, well, one of the problems is that, say you got some guy is a nonce, he's on the register, he's been done for it before, and you find him hanging around with some 12-year-old kid. If you arrest him and you take him to court for that, the nature of the law means he might get a year, right? Or probably less, may even get suspended, because unless you have a severe body of evidence against them that they're doing this repeatedly, it's very hard to get these charges to stick for any reasonable length of time. In that when the Sidney Cook ring was actually busted, most of them got 8-9 year sentences. Sidney Cook only got 15. He was out again, because he's still alive. Everyone at the time assumed, oh, he's old, he'll be, he'll probably die in prison. But he's still alive now. I mean, he did eventually get life for a different crime, but there is a kind of policing difficulty around this that hasn't ever really been addressed. It's like, well, if you have a problem of all these thousands of known paedophiles and you can't do anything about them, then surely there's something, the system needs to change, doesn't it? But of course, depending on how quote unquote conspiratorial you want to get, because a lot of this now is pretty much black and white fact. Most of these rings are highly organized. The police sometimes are in on them. And very often they serve the purpose of procuring for elite pedo rings. If you read, I mean, there's Scrump has done a few streams on this. There's a book called Eye of the Chicken Hawk, which talks about the nature of the British kind of pedo state, if you like, where people are getting trafficked higher up and higher up, and these people also, a lot of these people are making huge amounts of money filming it. They make pornography and snuff films. And I mean, people have mentioned in the chat the so-called Muslim grooming gangs, which is, in my opinion, a misnomer, because I think if you actually look into the details of it, and again, Scrump has done a lot of good work on this, is that what it was not a system of just, oh, it's a load of Muslims being sort of noncy and doing bad things to underage white girls. What it was a classic police protected prostitution ring, with many of the girls being underage. Right, that's the reason that it's acceptable. It's mainstream to have this idea. Oh, the police were afraid of being called racist. It's because that's a really convenient fig leaf to hide the fact that actually what was going on is most of them knew it existed and they were in on it.
And it's also something that lends itself to one of the the manufactured excuses of the age that, well, everything is terribly big and terribly complex, so to try and tackle it would be kind of too much work, or it would be impossible, or we wouldn't be able to fund it, or where would we start, this kind of thing. And it's something we mentioned when we chatted about doing this review of the special, is that before this my sense, at least, is the people felt their idea in the public domain, most ordinary people, perhaps who may not have been particularly well informed, was that paedophilia was sort of a kind of a domain, as I say, of the lone wolf attack, or the person, in the family who abuses someone in the family. Or, it might have been when I was a child in the 70s, it would have been the idea that, there'd be a sort of dodgy tramp hanging around a park, you want to steer clear in case, because they might fiddle with kids, that kind of thing. what the grooming gangs thing conceives of is something that's different. It's of a different nature because it's an era of mass and scale, and there wasn't a perception at the moment that special went out that there was a kind of systemic problem. Certainly, there were people who had thought that there was large scale abuse of children by, let's say, establishment figures, as you mentioned. I mean, I came across partly in my defense time in the defense world, brief time in the defense world in sort of 2008 and 9 and around that time, the company of people who had been in the British military, particularly the Special Forces, and particularly tasked with duties in places like Northern Ireland. And I came across a fellow called Colin Wallace, who may be familiar to people in the chat, who was involved in, I think he was part of a British PSYOPs unit in Northern Ireland, and he was aware of the situation around the Kincora Boys' Home. And there were implications about the involvement of certain political figures in that.
Yeah, Lord Mountbatten as well, royalty.
Yeah, and I think the story around him is he was fitted up for a murder he didn't commit, essentially, and so on. And again, I found him a pretty convincing person. He was associated with the SAS. I think he'd been for some reason he'd been in the New Zealand SAS, and then he'd been in the British Army. Whatever. But the fact that someone like that was talking about this, he didn't seem like a conspiracy nutter or something like that. He was someone who was involved in a kind of the nature of it being that it's the hidden world, which involves a certain amount of espionage, under the civil powers, which the military works to in places like Northern Ireland, and which will therefore uncover certain kinds of connections in society that become very disturbing, but which remain to some extent clouded and shrouded in mystery. So there was an awareness of something happening at different levels, but the idea of community-based, let's say, child abuse was something that was still kind of out there, a bit too out there in a way.
Well, this is it, you see, Simon, because I as you say, that in 2001, that when this went out, there would have been a very different impression of what a paedophile was. As you say, it would be a man in a dirty mac at the edge of a playground, right?
A caricature.
This kind of idea of these sort of very sad, weird lone wolves, almost mockable. And I mean, I was still a kid when the Savile thing came out, so for me, pedophilia has always been more associated as it's an elite. It's a thing done by wealthy, powerful people who you're supposed to trust and look up to.
Yeah.
So it always felt like more of an endemic thing than just a few odd blokes around a playground or something.
Yeah.
And I think that watching the pedo special in the light of Savile, Epstein, Cyril Smith, all this stuff, Mark Dutroux in Belgium and so forth. I just don't think, for me, again, maybe it is just purely a generational thing. It doesn't quite land the same. In that there's a lot of moments in that show where, again, most of it I found very, very funny, and I'm not making an argument against it on moral grounds. This isn't sort of a hat goes woke moment or anything like that. It was just that there's a show in that. Hat goes woke. We should do woke hour. But it was that a lot of the sketches suddenly just weren't funny because it was they pushed and pushed and pushed up to a point where you're thinking, okay, and why shouldn't you worry about this, or what is this satire ultimately saying? Yes, it's a very because in a way, we get there's a lot of praise for kind of Chris Morris as a kind of barnstormer, but it's low hanging fruit. Like the media being stupid is low hanging fruit. Let's face it. It's not. It's sort of like, okay, but if you're going to bring in pedophilia, and fine, and do a load of very funny sketches, fine. But then once it gets to the point, because as I mean, there is a moment where they actually bring up Sidney Cook in the episode, right? And it's sort of like, well, that was the first moment where it kind of started crashing for me. It's sort of, well, hang on a minute, because now I'm not enjoying your epic sort of wonderful zany humor, Chris Morris. I'm thinking about the horrific, monstrosities committed by the Cook gang. So it's like, well, I don't really see I don't really see how it translates to comedy. And I think maybe you could argue that is the point, that Chris Morris is trying to not necessarily make you laugh, but to make you consider all this. But I don't think that's the case. I think it would have been a different type of special had they done that.
It's. I think I'm thinking of it in terms of a kind of a blind spot and a certain kind of intellectual vanity. That it's the moment where there's a sort of the failure of the inheritance of the liberal project of the 60s and 70s to kind of, let it all hang out, man. If it feels good, scratch it. To indulge and to be sovereign and capable and, exploratory in terms of the things you do in your life. I'm not talking about sexual abuse, obviously. I'm talking about, like I say, taking drugs at a modern drugs party, or just having them as part of your lifestyle, or, going off and, going to live in Goa, and, chase mystic dragons in the East, or, there's always the sort of element, when you had, fashionable Western Orientalism, that there was a sort of chasing of the exotic, and that sort of persisted in a kind of liberal mindset that, the project of radical individualism was to turn ourselves inside out and really examine ourselves and develop ourselves. I mean, in a somewhat indulgent way. It wasn't really necessarily people getting to know themselves. It was people avoiding parts of themselves by indulging in other kinds of speculative displacement activity, which they felt was like, meditation or philosophy or something else. And somewhat polishing their own brass eye, somewhat regarding themselves as being, worthy of further exploration and development, when really they were just your average common or garden product of narcissistic modernity. And it's a moment of that failure where the idea of we I think Morris talked a little bit about the time about he liked the idea of sending people's brains along in the wrong direction, so creating these speculative fictions which you engage people in to see how far their credulity will expand to accompany them, and also at the same time it was a kind of testing people's sense of how much they knew about a given subject. I mean, it was developed kind of later on in his work. For me, the high point of his work was probably his radio satire Blue Jam, which was about the kind of strange, warped society that was taking place at this time, that was becoming very, introspective and responding to its own perverse incentives for kind of indulgence in its radical self. I mean, that's a very convoluted way of sounding it, I know, but it was about people kind of adrift in modernity, not really knowing what to hang on to, and developing all of these kind of perverse gratifications in other things because they were kind of empty. Because society was affluent, it was kind of comfortable, and people began, in a sense, to deconstruct themselves, to tear themselves apart, to look for these satisfactions in through a kind of glass darkly. But the way this particular the Peter Gedden special went was that it did feel like he was sort of in that mode of moralizing about things. People don't know what they're talking about, but again, his project here wasn't to go out and find out about actual paedophiles, although there is the sequence in the show where he met a so-called non-offending paedophile to talk about. I mean, again, it was a Morris conceit where he invents the jargon, like he did with the drug dealer in Notting Hill. He invents this speculative jargon which he tests on the real paedophile, because it's obviously all made up, and he's seeing how far he can go before the other person says you're talking crap, or I've never heard of this. So that was a kind of an odd inclusion in a way, but it was the idea that he wasn't just utilizing celebrity, he was drawing anyone towards the kind of honeypot of being recognized on television in particular. That particular guy, interestingly, I remember that he was also featured on a Radio 4 program, maybe around that time, maybe later, I can't remember when, but I made a point of recording it because I recognized the voice. And so that's the same guy that was on the Barside Pedophiles, Peter Gedden special, and he was putting himself about in the media at the time. I think it was called Peter or something, but he called himself a non-offending paedophile. And there was a kind of fascination with him sitting down and being interviewed, and people saying, "So what's it like? What do you do? What do you think about? How do you deal with your your urges, etc." And it was that it was that thing of, well, okay, this is another kind of investigative journalistic moment. We want to go into this subject. We want to find out firsthand information. It kind of leads to a dead end. It doesn't go anywhere. Does it then just become a container of voyeurism or prurience? Or does it actually have any kind of meaningful contribution to understanding? Now, it may and it may not. You've only got this guy's word that he doesn't offend, etc. There are all kinds of strange things about that world. I mean, although I'm not particularly a fan, if we know Andrew Gold, who runs the YouTube channel, the Heretics YouTube channel, he's recently been talking about a project where he went to Germany and interviewed so-called recovering paedophiles for a book he was writing. And there's this kind of slightly, eye-raising stories that he tells about people who are supposedly recovering paedophiles who are being allowed out with children of their own friends, and their friends feel perfectly comfortable with their children being around these recovering paedophiles. So it's this moment where you get the sense there's a sort of liberal delusion going on about how far we can go with this and what we can do, and can we treat this like it's just like any other sexual adjustment, like being homosexual, or being bisexual, or being into BDSM or whatever, and therefore, can we sort of aggregate this on a spectrum of kind of just like lifestyle choices in some way? And it runs into a problem there, doesn't it? Because it hits a hard barrier that, I've heard people talk about this in political terms recently, how far can you expand the LGBTQ, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And most people seem to agree that there's a kind of hard boundary at which you're not going to be able to expand that to include paedophiles and say, let's add paedophile colours to the flag. Now, I mean, there probably is a minor attracted persons flag out now. I mean, you know how these things go. They become a kind of, it's like Lego. It's like collecting a set. They become the kind of consumerized activity.
But the funny thing about it, Simon, is that there's always been this kind of assumption by people who look at the trends of society that the next thing they'll try and sell us is pedophilia, right? That you've got rid of all the social barriers, you've got rid of marriage, gays are accepted, all kinds of other deviancies are accepted. Okay, now it's going to have to be underage sex, right? And it's funny because they clearly thought that was going to happen, or at least certain elements within the sort of social state did. That famously, was it Harriet Harman gave money to the pedophile information exchange, and
she was involved with it.
And was kind of, and they went to the Labour conference on human rights or something. There's some representative and all this kind of thing. But of course, it never broke in because it's too visceral, isn't it? It's too down to the mark. You will have mobs out, in the street type thing. Because the idea of protecting your kid, from harm goes beyond rational. You can't rationalize that away. It has to be. It's instinctual. So you'll never get people who are. You'll never have the mass be that quote unquote liberal that they'll accept pedophiles in society, will they? So it never really happened. But it always felt like there would be that would be the next thing they would try and push.
Because as Adam Curtis would say, it had a terrible logic about it, because you create the kind of spectrum of sexual adjustments that the progressive left has cultivated and fostered, and so the extension of that in multiple directions becomes, a kind of, a strangely reasonable thing in their view, that this is just, you've got to have a compassionate attitude towards understanding, as you say, what would have been called a sexual deviancy in the last century, and how does society accommodate that becomes the question. Indeed, for us though, the question will be, why would society accommodate that? What actually should be the discursive definitional line that is taken? Is it going to be an ever expanding spectrum of fetishistic sexual pursuit, and selfish and damaging kinds of practice that are increasingly ameliorated into a sort of happy clappy family of you know, deviancies. I don't, you know, I don't know exactly what the state of that discussion is now, but you always feel that it's a logic in potentia for these people, that there's somehow a way that it can be laundered, like the minor attracted persons rebranding, to somehow make it reasonable, when it just evokes a visceral kind of rejection in most people. For, you know, you could come up with reasons if you want, you know, why it's, you know, kids are simply not they're not compatible with the arena of sexual activity. They have, yeah, Freud can say children have a latent sexual phase at about the age of 6, etc. But it's latent. You know, that means essentially that they have these impulses. They don't quite know where they're coming from. They manifest in certain kinds of attachments. But the idea that you're going to sell some kind of sort of rebranding of paedophilia as a kind of thing that we can integrate is a dead end, isn't it? You know, so the where if the liberal gets to a point of, you know, like with this subject, thinking that, well, we can science the hell out of this and somehow make it not.
Heckin' science it.
I don't think Chris Morris would advocate, you know, I don't think he's advocating to normalize paedophilia. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, though, it's part of a mindset error or problem, like a system error that comes up in a sort of liberal way of thinking, where you begin to, you know, we all kind of see it. We all see the kind of double standard or the hypocrisy, where they'll focus on the second order problem and they won't focus on the first order problem. So, I mean, to an extent, of course, yes, you can say the media does create this distorted sense of reality, and people's brains are nowhere near reality, as Morris would say. You want to get them near to reality, but so I'm going to use the space in between, in the gaps there, to make mock of the fact that society is in this hysterical process, which is instrumentalized by mediatization. And, you know, what do we do with that? Now, he creates a kind of grotesque carnival. You know, he has the sequence in the Peterketten special of, you know, a paedophile is kind of fired out of the prison and then burned alive, you know, which doesn't seem unreasonable in many ways.
Well, no, I mean, the thing is, but the thing is, Simon, in any, let's face it, in any right-thinking society, you would just execute these people. Because, like, if you actually read about psychologists and police reports on pedophiles, these aren't like people that have just gone a bit wrong. They're people who have normally, because it was done to them when they were young, they have this pathological desire to go around violating children. They can't not do it, really, right? Yeah. So you say, well, right, I'm sorry, but you can't be allowed in society. Either you lock them in a dungeon on a rock and throw away a key, or you just have them killed. You execute them. That is the two only reasonable solutions, with emphasis on the latter one, obviously. Yeah. So, you know, it's if you like, it's one of the wearing points of the liberal system is that you have this sort of this idea of prison based on reform, and, you know, you go in and you've done your time when you come out. That doesn't work for pedophiles, because they're gonna keep, you know, it's a silly system, right? Yeah. The minute someone is convicted of that, then they can no longer be allowed to be in society in any way. Yeah. No two ways about it.
Yeah. I mean, this is the kind of, you know, the cognition gap that we have, isn't it? That we seem to see things which, you know, they almost, well, they dictate, you know, forms of moral governance and response from a society that is deeply confused. And I think that's where you've got to this point, this point at the end of the last century, the turn of the century, the projection forwards of, you know, the future time is going to be better. It's going to be more caring. It's going to be more scientifically adjusted. It's going to be more compassionate and you know, integrating of all kinds of things, and it will just improve and improve and improve. It's the sort of thing that, you know, Star Trek gives this kind of vision of a sort of ever improving set of social relations and integrations of difference. For example, that's a big preoccupation of Star Trek, literally the encounter with the alien. And society will just flourish because we'll learn the languages better. We'll learn the modalities of communication better. We will supermount the problems by deeper understanding. When the aliens approach, we won't just massacre them instantly. We will learn their ways, and we will end up in a sort of relationship of mutual respect and compassion. And that is
rubbish.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the sort of era of the liberal fantasy that it both, I think, it dies at that point and it continues in a way. It's Star Trek: The Next Generation had that big surge in the early 90s and onwards, and there was sort of two lines of there was this bifurcation of society. There were those of us who said, well, we just reject that crap because it's all kind of relativistic bullshit that doesn't lead to any sort of moral action plan. It just says society is ever increasingly corrupted and degraded, and we just learn new ways to make it to kind of trim off the nasty bits and make it more sort of streamlined. And there's those of us who say, well, no, it's kind of, we do have to at some point. I mean, I think it was a line in The Sopranos, actually. One character said to another, it's something like, at the end of the day, you've got to cut through all your kind of, moral bullshit and decide whether something's good or evil.
Yeah.
And that's it. And in that world, of course, there are kind of very clear boundaries, and the idea of moral evil is a difficult thing in the world of a criminal underworld family, but in a sense there is also a very definite idea of morality in that world as well, that comes out of the religious and ethnic background of the characters and their sense of the firmness of their purpose and their existence, even if it might lead to unfortunate ends for people. But
this is it.
The liberals abandoned a sense of that connectivity. So, the terrible logic plays out that it can just be expanded and played with. And I think that is a kind of moment of doubt. And I think, Morris goes on afterwards to make a film like Four Lions about suicide bombers. And he does a lot of research, into Islamist terrorism and suicide bombers. And it has comic element because he uncovers... Yes, he uncovers the fact they're ordinary people, they're disorganized, they're chaotic, they're willful, they're not serious about what they do. They end up blowing themselves up, or they end up, one of the examples he cited was there was some terrorists who were going to sort of blow up an American ship. They put all the explosives on a raft, and they put so much explosives on it, it just sank. And, it's funny, but it is the thing of, you can derive the humor out of the expression of human aspiration and human failure. But I think, in a way that was a kind of safer subject. And that was because I think there was a lot of pressure on the fan forums, particularly Cooked and Bombed, after he'd done Brass Eye, especially after he'd done this and after he'd done Blue Jam. There was a growing contingent of people who were very anti the theme of so-called dark comedy, which I think he'd expressed in the full flourish in Blue Jam, that was very dark social satire, and I don't think it presented the same problems as the Peter Geddon special does. As I say, it was much more about people looking, involuting and seeking fulfillment in lifestyles that were very corrosive to themselves and degrading into dignity, into flourishing in a way, and it expressed that very well because it was in the contained kind of sensibility of London bourgeois life, which of the time, which it kind of captured. But the as I say, after that he was under pressure from the fans to say, look, why doesn't he do something really moral? Why doesn't he? I remember there were conversations like this about why doesn't he tackle terrorism? And I thought, no, I don't want him to tackle topicality, because the history of satire is generally when you tackle topicality, it ends up killing it. I think it dates it. Nobody goes back and watches old editions of That Was the Week That Was. from the
No.
1960s in terms of topical satire. It'll just be, it won't be evergreen. I mean, this is a thing Monty Python talked about a lot. We didn't want to be too topical because it would just kind of kill the durability.
Doesn't have any relevance beyond the topic.
And so he was under pressure to be more topical, but he became sort of less interesting in that way because he tried to be on the right side of another difficult issue, and terrorism was a difficult issue in the early 21st century, but it just didn't, to me, it didn't provide the highs of the good satire that he was doing earlier on.
No. I mean, I did see an interview with Chris Morris fairly recently where I think he raised a very good point. Again, one of these kind of sudden, rare, out of the blue appearances he makes, where you don't hear from him for 10 years and then he shows up on something. Which was him basically saying, well, look, we don't, in the current moment, there's lots of talk of satire, but we don't actually have any satire. He said, because if you, what we have now are a bunch of safe, sort of permitted moments of mockery, like "Have I Got News for You" and all this rubbish, this detestable stuff, same old crap going on for 30 years, whereas Ian Hislop making a bunch of really smug private schoolboy jokes about some politician, and it kind of, if you like, it's anti satire because satire puts you through to the nub of the issue and makes you take it seriously. What kind of "Have I Got News for You" and that kind of slop does is that it does the opposite.
Yes,
it makes it less serious. It makes it, well, hang on a minute. Why are we putting up with this? Why are we subservient to this class of corrupt arseholes? Who do all these incredibly immoral things and run a system that's lost everything that was good about our country. Oh, bloody silly, and oh, look at these bloody tax. Oh, is it the government again? Oh, Boris Johnson, total shagger. All this. It's the opposite of what satire's supposed to do. And this is Chris Morris's point. He says that the problem is you physically cannot. They won't let you do satire because it will get to the heart of the problems of the ruling elite, and they won't have it. They simply won't let you put it on.
And that's it. That's it in a way. That captures it because he, at the time of the early 2001, he was very. He condemned. He was very public about it. He didn't like "Have I Got News for You." He said he described it as a mere court jester tittle tattle. He felt it was indulgent, cozy slippered, fawning, and lukewarm. Form of comic self-regard, that kind of self-regarding class who went to the Groucho Club and who sort of got patted on the back at the BAFTAs and whatever else. And in a sense, a new wave took over. Iannucci came in and did his kind of style of fly on the wall stuff. Gervais came in and did his own kind of, similar sort of fly on the wall documentary style. So it was comedy based around, the genre of reality television, of kind of running your fingers through the dirt of and awkwardness of, so-called real people and confrontations and the difficulties they have with that, and not the kind of, the sort of narrow elite genre of, people passing, quipping a witty bon mot, at the banquet in front of the king. And as you say, it was difficult to sort of see where satire could come in some senses. And in a way, maybe that contributes to why it feels like, Morris just went, well, I'm just going to take it to this level with this subject. And it sort of ends up being a mistake, it feels like, in retrospect, because the Peter Gedden special is not one that I generally ever watch if I watch Brass Eye again, because it has that queasiness about it, and it cannot but withstand the fact that we now know different things and we think about things differently. And so that, yes, that was a particular time that hysteria went on. It was an unlikable hysteria. It sort of needed condemning. It needed people to say, this way that you're making TV programs about these terrible issues is perverse in itself. And Morris has created a kind of a grotesque inversion of that in order to comment on it. It's difficult, though, to regard it as a kind of evergreen of satire because of that. I think the other programs were more generalist in a way that they did take generalist themes, animals, drugs, science, etc. But the way that the issue of paedophilia is dealt with in media terms was kind of too specific for it to work in the longue durée, I think. It was a question of the taste and the atmosphere and knowing what that moment of history was, what felt like at the time, where the satirist was trying to shake down the conventional media and its sort of Murdoch-y, tabloidy tastelessness. But it's the thing of you like arguing or fighting with an idiot, you both get dirty kind of thing, or you both get kind of mucky, and it's not edifying. So I can understand that. It sort of doesn't kind of feel the same, and it can feel it's too much the knowing liberal. This is kind of, it feels like it's on the cusp of the kind of the atheism bros. We're all fedora wearing rationalists now, and we all grew up reading Douglas Adams, and it's all, like you say, sciencing the shit out of everything. So we all kind of know so much. We know so much. We're so far up our own brass eye that we're sort of losing sight of a moral capability that maybe expresses itself like it does now politically in a form of anger. There's a fury. People aren't willing to negotiate things about whether their kids should be injected with hormones. They're not willing to contemplate the idea that
should we live next to a nonce?
Pedophiles should be normalized. So so you've abrogated the sort of rational process somewhere back in the late 90s, early 2000s, into a sort of a set of social postures that have not been reasoned into. They've just been kind of affected by your sense that you can overcome and understand and express the world so much better now. And yes, we just have to find a place where those subjects are dealt with in a way that is perhaps now seen as unduly frivolous, because it is so deadly serious now. But I think it's also like a part of all of our own lives that we all have something that we did when we were a teenager or a young adult that was now we think of and we shudder and we go, oh, that was cringe and gauche. And that's part of growing up, that you learn to modulate your social self better. And maybe you don't say that thing at the party that everybody kind of felt was terrible, or you don't make that bad taste joke or whatever it is.
Yes. Well,
but do you have more feelings about it that you want to express, that you think, because I mean, we did talk about this idea of the tension of, I know we're not going to say things like we're free speech absolutists, are we? But we might like the idea of freedom of artistic expression, and that arts.
Well, this is it.
May be difficult.
I always distinctively defend the art, and there is nothing I would say, oh, this shouldn't have gone out, or this they shouldn't have put this on or anything. It's not a question of that, because I do believe they were making a perfectly valid satirical point. It's just that my problem with the special is that it just too often veers into territory that is unfunny, and it never does so in a way that feels like it's adding to a cogent argument. It just felt kind of, you're not taking this seriously enough, right? That's the feeling I kept having. But how I can't really laugh about a lot of this stuff when you've read about Marc Dutroux, or
because
it's sort of like, but yes, the media is silly and overhypes things, and it was they were being morally supercilious about all sorts of awful things, but there is a kind of overtone of, well, look at all this, it's all a bit silly, isn't it? But it's like, well, yeah, but the issue isn't silly. It's sort of like, in a way, we should have been more concerned in a genuine sense than we were at the time about these things.
I was going to say, let's take it to another level here. Later on, Yanucci and things like the Death of Stalin film. And I mean, is there something of the sort of the same sort of. I mean, I've had a sort of similar. I wouldn't say queasiness about it because I don't really get queasy in this sort of, I'm disgusted and I reject this and I can't look at this kind of way. I mean, I'll look at anything. I'll look at any transgressive work of some kind. Not that Death of Stalin is particularly transgressive, but the thing about it, the thing about Yanucci and the kind of the sensibility that's being transmitted is that, isn't the interesting and funny bit of history that, you go in and people are just kind of sad and crap, and they're just kind of funny because, they could be the worst tyrants in the world, or they could be terrible, bloodthirsty, authoritarian dictators that, the liberal sets himself against. And the context is such that, we sort of render everything down to a kind of thick of it style, fly on the wall camera satire, which sort of doesn't take anything seriously, really, does it? Because it just goes, it's the human comedy, it's the human tragedy, it's all kind of, it's the comedy humane, it's all the mixed up world. I mean, there's bits in the film, obviously, that very funny. There's bits in the film that are sort of strange, where they shoot Beria and set fire to his body, and and was it which of the Russian ruling KGB was Beria the one whose house where they found lots of dead kids that had been
right. Beria, Lavrenti Beria, he wasn't head of the KGB, he was head of the NKVD, and then I think it was briefly the MGB or something along those, because it was always changing its name. So I think it became a KGB later, but it was the same organization. So Lavrenti Beria was Stalin's kind of dragon for the period during the war, and then a bit later on as well. But the thing is, I it's interesting you bring up Death of Stalin in that regard, because I've never really felt any issue with Death of Stalin, because I mean, for example, it does quite explicitly show you Beria being an unrepentant pedophile, right? He goes around, rape it. Clear, it obviously you don't see it, but it's heavily set up. That's what he's doing, He used to. Yes, you're right. They did. They found skeletons under his mansion in Moscow. That's correct. Much later. And which I think is now an embassy building, and they were digging up something in the garden, and they pulled up all these bones. But I mean, it's funny actually, because if you watch the deleted scenes of Death of Stalin, most of them are scenes which expand on that. So it's just further scenes of him, doing something in a political meeting. Then he goes outside, and he's got a girl like literally locked away in one of the little rooms in a mansion. And kind of goes and indulges himself. And I think that it was correct. They used just the right amount of that, because if they'd used all the scenes they'd shot, the comedy would have fallen apart, because then you'd be going, well, hang on a minute, what is it that we're watching then? Is it a bleak, horrifying depiction of depravity by a ruling class? Or is it meant to be this kind of thick of it-esque, aren't they all just a bunch of stupid idiots? Because it's the you do have to tread a very careful line with what's funny and what's just shocking. And I think one of the problems that happened in the 2010s was you had a lot of idiots, especially kind of like, new internet comedians, who didn't really understand what humor is in any way beyond just that which gets a reaction from people. So you just put out something really shocking. Right? And it's actually funny. I was thinking about this earlier watching, and I just to say, I don't believe that's what Chris Morris is at all. He's clearly a man with, great intelligence on this topic. But I was thinking earlier, the word pedophile is a bit like the M word, in that if you can deploy it kind of cheaply and it will get a laugh, because it's an awful concept with a kind of inherently silly sounding word. And that it's given such significance in society as a big bad thing. The idea you put it on the newscast watch, and you go, well, that's because he's a pedophile. It's sort of there is an inherent comedy to it, so you can get away with the shock humor of it. But you can't. If you have to know exactly where to draw the line.
And do you think it gets denatured then, becomes a bit of a thought terminating cliche in a way that people on the centre right will say, aren't the left terrible? They always call us fascist, and they don't really know what fascism is, and aren't they the real fascists, etc., etc. And you see this sometimes in internet discourse where people are criticising, they'll just go straight to saying, he's a nonce. Okay, so it becomes another kind of substitute where you're not really thinking about the meaning of what you're saying anymore. It's a great sort of brush to tar someone with. I'm not defending paedophilia here. What I'm trying to say is, I think you're trying to sort of say about the nature of the way these words, they kind of take away us thinking about the actual issue. They kind of prevent us from thinking about the actual issue in a way when they become sort of monetized in a sort of sense of linguistic currency.
I think they can do, but
yeah.
Also, I think that if the word means what it means, then it can't really lose its power once you get accused of it, right?
Yeah.
In that, if they can throw it at you, if it's a societally censored concept, then because all this thing about no one even knows what a fascist is anymore, that you sort of hear from these sort of center right types. It doesn't really matter because you'll get called a fascist. What they're it's not what they're using the word, it's who calls you it, right? If some social media Twitter lefty calls you a fascist, big deal. If Ash Sarkar does it, slightly bigger deal. And if your local MP does it, then you're cancelled, right? That's right. There's a scale. It doesn't really matter about the word itself; it's who's using it, because it's a way to signal official disapproval. It's like having somebody excommunicated from the church in 1300. It's a definitive, crossed out. We're no longer putting up with this person in some way. But it's actually funny because you've got me thinking. You mentioned Death of Stalin. Again, it's sort of like, how close to home does it have to be, I suppose, before you can kind of go, because I've never thought Death of Stalin was a film in bad taste. So a lot of Russians do. A lot of Russians really don't like that film because it kind of it's the thick of it-ization of a part of their history, and I can understand if you're not from here, especially because I find the thick of it, funny, and it's well acted, but it is also sort of juvenile, right? It's that they're selling an idea of the political class, which, yes, it is true that they're ineffectual and they haven't got that much power, and they do cock a lot of things up. But it is also true that but this is all in service of something greater and much more evil. That's what you never see. You never see you never see Rupert Murdoch coming in. Or you never see Mandelson or any character meant to be him, really, do you? I mean, that's kind of people do.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. I'm always trying to identify concepts which are a bit nebulous and sort of slip through your fingers. But the thing about the Death of Stalin is, it doesn't stint in any way on the cutaways of people being kind of dragged out of bed and taken away and shot and stuff. So it doesn't stint on the idea that
you're constantly being reminded that this is
that's right.
People are terrifying sort of idiots, but this is also going on to the side.
It's just that thing that I get irritated by, which I'm going to call the Yanucciization of everything, where Yanucci does these things which are very deftly acted, very amusing. Malcolm Tucker and his insults are great, great fun. Go watch a supercut of them, very satisfying, all that stuff. Incidentally, I remember when we did the Haiti stream the other day, he's got that line in one of the thick of it, hasn't he, where I think Nicola or something, the minister, says to him, don't you ever knock when you come in a room? And he says, I'm sorry about that. It's a hangover from my time with the Haitian death squads, which is lovely. But it's the thing of the Yanucciization is this, I just wanted to show that, even politicians and tyrants, they're just people and all just a bit crap. It's like nothing is serious. It's kind of, in a way, it sort of says people involved, let's say politics, for example, we sort of can't hold them to account because they're just human. It's just human frailty. And they've all, one's got a bit of a funny predilection, another one's a bit thick, and another one's like this. And it's all a bit of a, comedy cavalcade of characters, really. And there's a sense in which he can use that as a sort of viable excuse making for any kind of sense of accountability for people, that it just becomes a function of human dysfunction itself, the interactions are just these kind of group activities where everybody's running around like a headless chicken. Nobody knows what's really going on. And so we must kind of regard everybody we must make a special intellectual charity for everybody in that way. And that history is just kind of a series of cock-ups and, oh dear, you shrug your shoulders. And I get annoyed with that.
And it's because you're right. It's an extremely blinkered, rather childish view of everything, isn't it? It's the kind of, it's like a kid saying, when all these grown-ups are so stupid, aren't they, with things they do? It doesn't understand any of the reason why these things work, and it's again, this is not really a criticism of Death of Stalin as a piece of art, but I can understand being insulted if you know anything about Russian history, and especially if you are Russian, because those people, that group of ministers that had survived the 30s and come up through the war and were then running the Soviet Union, those people weren't chumps. They weren't fools. They were. In order to get to that status, you really couldn't be as stupid as you were shown to be. As they're shown to be in that film. I mean, obviously, yes, comedic license, fine, I don't have a problem with it. But to seriously believe that is what the interactions between the Politburo were like is ludicrous. I mean, these were serious statesmen running that country. And I think that the problem is for someone like Iannucci, he, as you say, Simon, he comes from this kind of old Gen Xer milieu of, well, everything's all right, really. It's only these few silly chumps at the top, It's all fine. Everything's a bit, it's all a bit.
If we just got rid of that bloody Boris Johnson, everything would be fine. We'd be rolling along and bumbling along happily. We'd all kind of, we'd all get on.
Well, this is it. These really, that class of person is the most rock-ribbed, armored conservative you'll ever meet, because they even though they'll never admit it, they genuinely believe, if you pick at and you look at what they actually say, they genuinely believe on the level of their soul that everything is fine. Everything we're doing with Britain right now is fine. We should have a few less racists and a bit less inequality in our society. Of course, they don't really mean that, because they don't really believe in equality, but they'll say that, and that is genuinely their belief.
Yeah, right? It's not us sitting here going, oh, it's so unfair. They've got all the kind of media cultural power, and they're keeping us out of this conversation in some way. It's that it's just the sort of sense that you get that they lack any kind of insight to step aside from themselves and say, maybe I'm wrong, and think about things differently. I think where we are is, there's been a lot of discourse in the last 10 years online, and people have had to think about their positions, define their positions. What does a liberal mean? What does a libertarian mean? What does a fascist mean? What does a nationalist mean? What does an ethno-nationalist mean? We've had to sort of parse these things and kind of have our priors tested. What's compatible with what else? Can these things work together, or will they just abut each other in their difference and remain intractable? And you do get the feeling that the sort of, that the effort by progressive culture is made to project that they are flexible and amenable, when, as you say, they sort of do have their own extremely rigid boundaries. They're flexible and amenable if you accept those rigid boundaries. And their rigid boundaries, we may have very rigid boundaries on things, but we're prepared to sort of explain why, I think, and sort of say, well, it's because we have a vision of human psychology and reality that we think makes certain things implausible. That if you bring up kids a certain way, it'll be good for them. Rather than a sort of completely abandoned relativism that the progressive will want to say, well, every method and every mode is just as good as any other. And we might say, well, no, it's probably optimal for, children to have, certain amounts of discipline and nutrition and order and schedule and a bit of pushback and these kinds of things. And we're not saying it because we want to be mean. We're saying, we just think, plants grow best with water and a bit of food and a bit of light. And, we're not, we don't make the rules. We just work here. That's all we're saying. We're just trying to find out what the reality is and get towards that. And the left, the progressive wants to project a utopian reality, a better reality, improved, a Star Trek-y reality, which endlessly incorporates new things, but things which end up in a kind of incompatible clutter or jumble that that mitigate against the flourishing. And you think, well, hang on, where's your capacity to reflect and say that you blithely toss off certain formulations of how society ought to be, Armando, for example, but you're not really encountering it when it goes wrong and saying, or if they are encountering it, they're saying, well, of course, material explanations account for why Haiti went this way, or, or why crime in inner London goes this way.
Economic factors.
Economic factors, yeah. So we're always kind of stuck because they've got a great, there's a great convenient, Marxist, a mattress that they can leap onto, and it'll give them springy and bouncy safety, kind of arguments, which will, not mean they encounter any kind of hard brick wall of reality, and it can be very frustrating that they will project the sense that they're extremely open-minded to this, but actually they're not open-minded. They're only open-minded to the relativistic view that they have, and anything which says, well, there is a kind of hard boundary here in terms of human behavior. For example, we're talking about the paedophile issue. There's going to be a hard boundary that people who have kids are going to, by and large, tend not to want to, have their kids abused. And so can we sort of say that, yeah, we agree on that, and actually maybe we even say there's a moral judgment about that, and here's a law, and here's a punishment, and this thing is very bad, and we can sort of agree on that. It's not a question of, well, we can sort of slice it and dice it in a way where we can ameliorate it and incorporate it. We kind of have to just say the principle of the thing is such that we have to reject it. There is no nice way to do that. It's just to say no, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's a tricky problem, because I often wonder, Simon, like if we were in charge, and we had to put up with all the the problems and the stresses of power and all this stuff to worry about, would our kind of bohemian respect for artistic freedom last long? Would it be
Probably
kind of
not.
cracking down? Would we sort of have our our own Armando Iannucci doing toothless pro-regime satire for us?
Yeah. Well, good question.
Because I hate all this stuff, but I'm also cynical and not a liberal, so I don't have any illusions as to it will be any different in any other system, really.
It's the thing of you can entertain things as artistic and aesthetic thought experiments without saying, well, that's kind of going to be a template guideline for my life. I can enjoy the kind of vision in an abstracted sense. In my mind, I can think about those things, but then I have a line where I say, well, that's different from instrumentalizing that into public policy or how we agree to live together collectively. Like the individual can be free in their mind, but how do we negotiate a collectivity which says, yeah, there is a proposed artistic freedom, but you guys can't take it that seriously that you decide to actually make it into a social program, or a kind of a sexual adjustment which you then use to claim certain kinds of rights and predispositions in society. That's a very different thing. So yeah, it is extremely tricky. I mean, I tend to be in favor of an artistic freedom, but then an artistic freedom is something, we've talked about art a lot before, that not everybody is going to A, be interested in it, B, is going to be tolerant of the idea that you could have an artistic freedom that is intellectually kind of, in a sense, harmless. We could look at all kinds of transgressions depicted artistically and not think, oh yeah, that's an optimized way of living. We might see the nature of degradation as a moral lesson, or we might see the nature of violence as a sobering instruction in what we want to avoid as a society. But can we create things which have a sort of an independent aesthetic life, but don't impact on us seriously? I mean, I can watch that special and I can laugh. It's going back to the Monty Python, the John Cleese thing, in that when they did the sketch on Monty Python's Flying Circus about an animated sketch about the prince who gets attacked by a black spot and then he dies of cancer, and Cleese saying that we couldn't use the word cancer because it was such a charged word to use, so we had to say something else. They might have kept it, I don't know, but the point was what was too shocking at that time. And he said, look, he believed in comedy as a kind of abstract space where you could laugh at anything, And I've heard, I mean, Alexei Sale said something very similar. He said, I'll laugh at bad taste jokes, yeah, but I'll laugh with a sort of sack on my head in a dark living room on my own. He'll say, you can go there in your mind, but not everybody can actually control that, can they? In the sense of their own comfort levels.
Well, and there's also the feminine trait of instinctually keeping everything aligned to the herd opinion.
Yeah.
So people don't really think, they don't really consider things in depth. It'll just be a case of, if they really think something's that bad, they'll just kind of cancel it by fiat.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's awful. You can't joke about that. Sort of type thing.
Yeah.
I think that's genuinely terrible. It should be taken off air, sort of thing. And then the problem is, on the other side of that, you end up with the simulacrum problem. So you have comedians like Ricky Gervais, who their entire brand is, I'm going to say what you can't say, and then he just says, doesn't say anything controversial. He's not even like, he's like sort of pro regime or political in any way, really. He just uses the C word a lot and says, "Oh, isn't this stupid?" But the people going, in order to want to, have to genuinely believe that they're seeing something they wouldn't otherwise see, that it's somehow secret or isn't acceptable in some way. Even that has a simulacrum. The idea of edgy comedy, it's awful. Terrible. Yeah. Would you you ever done any stand-up comedy, Simon?
No, God, no. I'd be pretty terrified at stand-up comedy. It's a kind of it's a very tricky one.
I would love to see you do. Can we go to a club and I'll book you for the night there?
No,
right? No, please, because you know that guy who that guy who inspired Stuart Lee, Ted Chipping.
Yes.
Ted Chippington. Or something like that. It's something like that. I just want to see you do that kind of like, just do anti-comedy. Just do a really droll bit where you do one shaggy dog joke that never ends.
Yeah.
For 8 minutes.
I mean,
Ellen Rome in the chat. Gervais can be edgy-ish. Name one edgy thing Ricky Gervais has ever said.
I'm wondering what. Yeah, I'm interested to know if what people are thinking of there.
I mean, come on.
I would say, hi Joe in the chat. We are still talking about Brass Eye, and we're obviously developing the issues from it. I mean, we can wallow in and indulge in and repeat the phrases and wasn't this a good sketch and wasn't that a funny bit and all that stuff. I mean, we could do that. I mean, there's other streams in the future where I've wanted to do longer form streams of analyzing things blow by blow, but I think it's interesting just trying to deal with this particular issue because it's 25 years on from that episode, and as I say, thinking about it, it's not one I particularly. I mean, I don't revisit much Chris Morris these days other than Blue Jam. Which I still think is very resonant, but yeah, there's bits of Brass Eye now which kind of, it's not that you say they're outdated there, but they are out of time in a way. There is a different thing. The media did change in response to Brass Eye because it was aware that it was being sent up, and it did feel kind of ludicrous that people got a sense of their own pomposity, being pilloried, and that did actually sort of change the presentational style to something a little bit more sober, but even kind of more insufferable in a way, because all the sort of pomposity was internalized into a self-righteousness. And then you could see it coming up, places like Channel 4 News, especially, where the people themselves were so invested with a sense of their own rightness that when you had the famous incident of Jordan Peterson and Kathy Newman, and he was kind of able to sort of catch her out by breaking down certain techniques that she was using to corner him and responding to those, and that was impactful at that moment because they had been some of the worst people for this. They had developed this kind of cozy style where they would say, look, we're bringing you the serious news, but we're doing it in this good-humoured way. I remember there was one awful awful cringe thing they did once where Channel 4 News, like Kathy Newman and one of the other presenters, like they had a lightsaber duel. I don't know if anybody remembers this. It was
I
a
don't remember
serious
this.
thing. It was a serious thing. It was obviously after the George, the new wave of Star Wars films that happened in the early part of the century. It was some news item, and it was kind of, where news items, they try to end on a human interest or a light-hearted story. And it was literally, I'm sure it's on YouTube, it must be there. It was Kathy Newman and maybe Krishnan Guru Murthy or Jon Snow. They ended the program, excuse me, having a lightsaber duel. It was so awful.
Bizarre. For people who take themselves so seriously, you'd think they wouldn't go in for that type of cringeworthiness, but there you go.
Oh yeah. It's just showing we're on your side. We're like you. We're just having a bit of fun. We're mucking about, and there's something about the nature of institutions like news gathering organizations or governments or councils that I want to keep at arm's distance. That I want to be professionalized. There was I referred to a satire show in Australia in the 90s. Called The Degeneration, and there was The Late Show, which was a sort of follow-up, I think. And Rob Sitch, the guy who was kind of the Australian Armando Iannucci, he did a sort of satirical critique. This is in the early 90s in Australia. There were a lot of adverts of banks. Banks were doing these adverts of, we can help you do this. We can loan you the money to achieve this thing that you've always wanted. We're good. And they became very suffocating kind of bits of, capital saying, we're sympathetic to you. We want you to help you fulfill your lifestyle. And there was something kind of off about them. And he did a monologue once, which was kind of directed straight down the camera. He was very annoyed and irritated by these adverts. And he just looked into the camera and he said, I'm addressing this to the banks, right? The banks. Listen, banks, you're not part of our dreams, And I think that needed to be said, like corporate, back off. You are not part of our lives.
You get sick of it, don't you?
Yeah.
Because they've gone back to that now. They've gone back to this. It's like, you ever see that? It's always on in the cinema. Not that I've been for a while, but the Lloyd's thing with the horse, right? The black horse. It's this incredibly swish-looking kind of shot of like people in a field, like a young girl with her hair flying in the mud, and she's like, hauling something out of the ground, or I don't know. And people hiking and stuff. And it's this sad piano music, Sam Smith style, singing like this, and this majestic black stallion charging, and everybody sort of turns and looks and goes, "Oh yes, there it is, the Lloyd's horse." And sort of what are you thinking? What are you thinking? No one cares about banking this much, especially not nowadays. They're not helpful. They're annoying and parasitical.
All institutions which kind of marketize themselves, they kind of use PR to ingratiate themselves with you. In the way that we talked about, the way this evocation of the way news went in the 90s and 2000s to try and give you a sense that it was crusading on your behalf, that the way that devolved into the corporate simpatico kind of style. You see it on the YouTube adverts where it's the kind of the plinky plonky music, we're here to make your life better. Ding dong, ding ding ding, and again, I just keep wanting to return to that thing of saying, you're not part of our dreams. You're the fintech operation in America with billions of dollars, or you're the multinational corporate that is changing the nature of my retail landscape in my town and crushing out the independent business. I mean, I hate to sound like an old commie or something.
No, but it's so true. But you really do want to see these people hang. I mean, I basically am a communist these days. So I can't stand them anymore. Simon. I mean, I am.
I just think we don't have to go full Navarra, but we do have a problem with capitalism at the moment. It's kind of I liked life when it was about towns and families and places and things.
As I've said many times before, and I mean this seriously, my idea, if I was in charge, it would just be British North Korea, right? Everything would be harder. You'd have less stuff to consume. You'd be kind of trapped in a microcosmic sort of late 50s style Britain. and that would be it. And there would be no contact with the outside world because it's all despairing and evil.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't care about markets and fucking free market, free to fuck that. No, I believe in the doctrine of Mussolini, who said that all politics is theater, right? All society is what you conduct it to be, right? And you can pretty much get away with anything if you know what you're doing. So I don't give a fig for markets. Anyway, that's a digression. Earlier, Simon, something you said struck me was that the mention of Douglas Adams, right?
Yes.
And the way that there is, you'll agree with this, because there's a certain type of person who you can kind of tell was brought up on a slightly too strong cocktail of Douglas Adams, probably Blackadder, Red Dwarf, like this kind of thing, where they're kind of socialized by these characters, and they have this kind of faux, like very, very weak faux cynicism about everything.
Yeah.
You can kind of tell the ones that got bullied, where they kind of they thought they were an intellectual because they were reading, Hitchhiker's Guide at 15 or something, and everyone else was, getting laid, probably, It's like it's that kind of slightly bitter, annoying, cynical, overly sort of cynical, superficially cynical worldview,
because it's the artfulness that helps people learn how to predecease their enthusiasm for anything. They learn how to kill off their sincerity, their earnestness, their beliefs in things. And again, that's part of this sort of act of social modulation that you get from comedy that I was talking about, this way of kind of lowering your expectations as to what you can actually do or think about or change. And I don't mean that people should walk around in a state of po-faced earnestness that is risible. But then going the opposite way of the Gen X Daria, the being sort of cynical about everything. I mean, you see this stuff online. We're Gen Xers, we've been cynical about everything before any of you were born, and that's protected us in some way. I beg to differ. I think it's actually taken you exactly into the position that is wanted, for you to be disaffected, to be disengaged. I mean, I see it with friends now, my own age and older, they kind of had enough. They've had enough of it. They all want to retreat and they don't want to suffer anymore. And that's fine. And I understand people want to get on with life, and that's good as well. They want to step away from Twitter and things like that, which is good. You do want to do those things.
Yeah.
But there's the element of, oh, come on, let's just have a laugh. Everything becomes, let's just have a laugh after a while. Nothing becomes anything else.
It's not that there's a problem with those pieces of work individually. It's that together, that kind of milieu, I feel, has produced a type of person that is basically all the worse off for them, right? Yeah. It's. I mean, there isn't really a name for it, really. But you know what I mean. There is a type. Do you ever hear that? The internet meme. Scott Pilgrim versus the world ruined a whole generation of women. It's like they all supposedly all the Zoomer women took after a character in that film. I feel like there's an entire generation of slightly badly socialized young men in Britain, who grew up thinking they were Edmund Blackadder, basically.
Right.
It produced the kind of fake cynicism that resulted in, certain people, for example, in these circles, I think, are guilty of it. I mean, especially in the kind of anti-woke slop type sphere, where you get these people who just, they're under the impression that by being snarky and laughing at it, they've got some sort of power.
Yes,
and they don't realize the patheticness of it. When it's, well, hang on, no, because they're the ones in the $1 million movie studio making the slop, and you're the one in his bedroom talking about, look at this bloody plot hole in this bloody film. Look at this woke casting. I can't believe they're this fucking stupid. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound like Arch Warhammer there. It came out a bit like that, but never mind. Also, I see Not So Obvious in the chat there. Greetings, Not So Obvious. I wasn't calling you out. I wasn't calling you out there, by the way. But I do see that you're doing some Ricky Gervais defense there in the chat, which I find slightly implausible. I mean, do you really think he's he really hates those celebrities? Because I don't think he does. That's all he's ever wanted to be. All he's ever wanted to be, right? I mean, he does Facebook videos to boomer bots basically that watch Afterlife in front of a cabinet of awards, posting pictures about his mansion. And you have to remember, as soon as he became famous, every social interaction he had, as in comedy or whatever, was this sort of slightly humble braggy thing of, oh, I'm really rich and famous now, by the way. How I mentioned that I'm worth, I'm worth way more money than any of you are going to have. It's kind of, no, it's clearly that is the world he's craved to be part of for his whole life. Yeah. And now they let him they let him make jokes about them to sort of, as you say, look like the court jester.
Yeah. I mean, Gervais is. I mean, I'm as I say, I'm open to any case on Gervais, and I don't know the guy. I only know him by his works, but he is, again, he does feel like a sort of pressure release valve kind of position in the comedy firmament, doesn't he? He's there. Oh, just like chill out. Have a laugh and that. Don't be so kind of serious about stuff. It's like, we'll get through it. As long as you kind of love your dog and have fun,
But I think also we're misusing the word cynical when what we mean is cheesed off. These people aren't cynical, right? Jonathan Meades is cynical. J.B. Priestley was cynical, right?
Yeah.
Thomas Carlyle was cynical. Ricky Gervais or John Cleese or Edmund Blackadder or whatever, they're just cheesed off. That's the It's just they're just mildly disaffected. That's the entire right. It's more fakery, really. I mean, this is what it's turned into, isn't it? It's Hat and Simon sit here talk about how fake everything is. Man.
Yeah.
But
I mean, Richard Phillips in the chat. It's hard a lot not to like a guy who goes on stage and roasts Hollywood elites to their face. I mean, yeah, sure, it's
but that's not really what he's doing, is it? That's the thing.
You can call out the emperor, and his new clothes, but there's an extent to which that in itself becomes framed and trapped in a kind of mode of political apathy.
Well,
I mean, I sound so pompous saying it, don't I? Political apathy, but
it's true, Simon. It's true.
It's disengagement from things, and
I think people. It amazes me that in 2026 people have so much trust in media as a concept, because I mean, again, go and watch the 70s Orson Welles film F for Fake, which is all about how all cinema, all presentations to some extent a lie, and I cannot believe that those Oscar those all telling it to their faces Oscar speeches, they aren't all just run through beforehand, heavily scripted, checked here and there, because people like these. That's how celebrity works, right? If you're what's his name, Bruce Jenner, you want people talking about your weird sex change. It keeps you in the news. The worst thing for these people is not being talked about, right? The controversy is part of their career performance.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and I think Gervais isn't stupid enough probably to genuinely think he's telling it like it is because he's this working class bloke from Reading to these posh celebs. It's obviously not. It's an act. It's a facade. It's the whole thing of the Oscars and awards and movies. That is all part of the gilded facade. It always has been. We mustn't ever lose sight of that to what these people are. And I mean, just speaking of the ineffectuality, Simon, it's funny, isn't it? If we sat down with Armando Iannucci and we said, right, so let's all these things you hate. Let's give us all the things you hate, Armando. So you got fascists in the government, Trump, Boris Johnson, boo. You got inequality. Yeah, we need a horrible social system. People dying, people starving. Yeah, awful. Racism. We don't like racism. No, all right, this is all terrible. Right, okay, Armando. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to start a radical political party, and by any means necessary, we're going to overthrow the regime and start a new one. No, God, no, fascism, evil. Oh, no, can't do that. Right? But you'll be forever stuck in that loop, won't you? With any of this type of comedy, or any of these kinds of intellectuals, because why would you overthrow a system that's given you, God knows how many BBC shows, made you a millionaire, and giving you a comfortable life, satirizing it. This is the point Chris Morris makes in his interview.
I mean, it's a difficulty. Maybe this is just it's endemic to the nature of the media entertainment frame that people are going to get allocated their function in that. I mean, I'd say to Not So Obvious, he says, I will say that at least Gervais doesn't pretend that he can affect real change. Even his Oscars stunt was an attempt to actually change them, which of course is right. It's I go back to that point that Greenaway made about, it's arrogant to think that culture and art can change anything. It can, add to an atmosphere of consideration, or it can make a reflection on, the state of the age. It can be a dream, it can be a provocation, it can be all sorts of things. But the thing with Gervais, I suppose, is that he seems to lack an awareness, or at least he does not project an awareness that he is part of that that way of ameliorating the discourse. He is anointed to be in that place, to be the boy who points at the naked emperor, and everybody goes, oh yeah, he's right. All of these celebrities, they're all just empty, phony, opportunists. Oh yeah, he's right.
Except him, though. Except him, he's real, just like us.
He's real. He's authentic. He likes to drink. He loves his dog. All of that stuff. He's great. And so again, he kind of represents then a sort of a point where you say, okay, well that will do for the kind of everyman sort of. We'll plonk Gervais in front. I mean, I will say I was never totally convinced by Gervais, because, as I said, he was the unfunny filler on the 11 o'clock show back in the 90s. That was happening at the same time that Morris was doing stuff, and I thought, well, I'm just not interested in this. It's kind of, he's talking about the disabled, and it felt like, oh, okay, he's being a little bit trying to be a little bit provocative there, but it doesn't really go anywhere for me. I'm sort of interested in the satiric more than I am this kind of comedy of embarrassment stuff. But I mean, he did it very well when he realized it in The Office. Okay, people enjoyed that. I get it. I see how it worked as well. I'm not saying that Morris's stuff changes anything, or that Gervais's stuff changes anything. I suppose it is going to be relativistic in this sense. It's what appeals to you at the time, and what do you think has currency. I think for me, satire, as I say, it felt more interesting because it had the opportunity to actually strike at people somewhat in the sense of their personal self-regard. That certain people actually did kind of get hurt by it. They were kind of, in a sense, they were the soft targets. You're not going to sort of satirize Tony Blair in such a way that it's going to shame him to the core and change anything he does.
No, exactly.
But it's, as an exercise, the satiric as a mode is interesting, just to make you think about the character who sets himself up to shame the emperor in his nakedness. You can satirize that sort of person. I mean, Morris in Blue Jam, he does satirize one of those kinds of comics, a sort of a fated TV comic who's just, high on drugs and self-confidence, as he says, and, ends up, killing himself with an autoerotic asphyxia, because these people can often also be sort of so overconsumed with their own insecurities as well, while they are the kind of a model of functioning, containment at a media level. So there's a sort of deep confusion and sort of tragedy about them as well, which is why lots of these people do seem ridiculous at some level, or they seem deviant and repulsive at another level. The Jimmy Saviles, all of that stuff. But I think the satiric mode is something we kind of neglect, but it isn't going to come from, your Ian Hislop and your Paul Merton and your sensible chuckle kind of cozy stuff. And whether the satiric has a way it can operate now, I'm just not sure it can, because I think people are sort of are in too much pain about what's going on. And the kind of cutting nature of satire perhaps isn't going to move them in the way that I think it needed to back then, 90s, early 2000s, because we had become aware of being too comfortable at some level, whereas now we're definitely not comfortable.
Yes, and I also think that one of the issues that these people will have, there's been how have we had now sort of 15, 20 years of we can't do satire anymore. The real world is too silly, which they were saying in the 1890s as well. So I don't really. It's a moot point, but also because satire is not universally applicable.
Yeah.
There are some things you can't really satirize for a whole variety of reasons. I mean, for example, I believe if you and I were to come up with something that puts across your serious hatreds of the current regime or state of world affairs, satire wouldn't work. You can't, because you can't. We couldn't satirize it without taking the bite out of what it was we were saying. You can't really satirize, I don't know, international finance or mass and scale as concepts, right? You'd have to look at them in a different way, and I think probably that's what people like Chris Morris are struggling with, is that that's like you can make jokes about gammons or Donald Trump or any of that, but you're just tilting at windmills, then, aren't you? You're not actually getting at the if the minute you look under the bonnet of the car and you see what's going on, you realize that you're kind of stuck because you can't satirize what's actually happening. You can't satirize the way things work. And if you try to, you'll be accused of you wouldn't be permitted to, would you?
I'd just say I like Not So Obvious's comment. I believe that many of our problems with satirical comedy could be solved by destroying Yorkshire. I don't know why I find that funny. I just do. But
there you go.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, people often say things like, "Oh, satire is dead. It can't work." And I guess right now it does feel very much like it's been like that way for some time. Where political figures are creating themselves through social media, with all of the awkwardness or infelicities of presentation that may create inadvertently or deliberately. Even, I mean, you remember the whole. Was it Ed? What's his name from the Lib Dems doing the kind of the last election where he was in the sort of Ed Davey, that kind of stuff, and you kind of draw back from that, and you think, oh yeah, it adds to the gaiety of the nation. It's of a kind of moment where people were frustrated with politics, and so Ed Davey goes, well, we might as well just do something that's a bit fun. But there's part of you that stands back and looks at it with a kind of Wojak kind of despair in your face, that this is what the dignity of office is reduced to, just in its way kind of making a sort of semi-satiric posture through social media to deal with the sort of sense of impasse of the age. That was frustrating for me to see that, why are the Lib Dems so popular when there's this wanker in charge doing this stuff? Why do they keep getting a sort of reasonably consistent rump of people and influence in the shires when they're just such a bunch of gurning, mugging tits?
Because it's the non-participatory option.
Yeah, exactly.
It's I'm so pure and so liberal, and I don't like any of these nasty socialists or nasty Tories. I live in peaceful rural Devon, and I've got 500,000 quid a year, and I'm going to vote Lib Dem. Because it's the none of the above option in that sense. That's why Davy's strategy was quite clever in a very politically charged election. Don't do any politics, basically.
Yeah. I mean, I see Recusant Pulse mentions in the chat that monkey dust. That was not something I got into. My friend Ben Pyle likes monkey dust. He sent me quite a good clip from monkey dust. I think it had something going on. I haven't watched a lot of it. But the Will Stansell show, which is this recent phenomenon, I've never watched that, but I take the point that AI means that people can they can create these new kinds of satiric invention. I'm just not sure though. It's that feeling of oh, we really hurt them there, didn't we? Oh, we really struck a blow there. Oh yeah, take that. Oh, ow! Oh no! Don't stop! Oh, ouch! Ow! No!
I think
it's that feeling people that we're struggling with.
They've lost sight, Simon, of what satire actually is. That if people think of satire, they think of spitting image, right? Which isn't satire, really. It's just look at the silly people. You're living in a small house somewhere, and you've got problems. But it's okay because those annoying people up there who make all the decisions and live it up being elites. We've made a silly puppet, with a silly head and you can laugh at it. Basically, it doesn't go beyond that. Yes, there's it gets wittier occasionally, but that's more or less what Spitting Image is as a concept.
Yeah.
Now, compare that to an text of true satire like Dean Swift and a Modest Proposal, right? Where and it's sort of entered. People again, the classic modern problem of people thinking they understand something because they think of it as a concept. They've never actually read it. Go and read it if you haven't. So you shouldn't be an adult really and consider yourself a thinking person without having read basic texts of the canon like that. Something like Dean Swift. But it's in that he talks about the solution to problems of famines in Ireland.
Yeah.
With why don't we just start a policy where they eat their own children?
Yes.
And the way it's written, it always, even if you know what he's about to say, always comes as a sort of shock.
Yes.
Because it quite literally mid-sentence. It starts off as this very kind of stately, well-worded proposal. And, we've been thinking about this, and we've got some ideas here. And what we think is, they can eat their babies, sort of thing. And it lists how, different recipes for babies, and how to would they make a better ragu or a fricassee, this kind of thing.
Yeah.
And what that does is, it didn't change anything. It doesn't have any immediate political effect.
Yeah.
But it exists now, permanently clamped to the history of the time in our view.
Yes.
By which we see the cruelty of the proposed policies for what they were. In that they were it's pointing out that there were people who were that callous at that moment, for example. And the point it's making. So but has there been in recent memory anything of that staying power when it comes to satire, real satire?
Well, staying power is the word there. I mean, I was going to say that what you described there, that's very much the vein in which Morris did Blue Jam. It was the sort of seemingly grotesque idea, but played out in a full way as people trying to make a workable solution and not having the imagination to do otherwise. They were stuck, as I say, in their own perversities, which they felt had a kind of emotional payoff for them that was positive, even though to us on the other side of the glass looks insane. So I think he achieved it, but whether it's lasting, I don't think it is. I mean, it's an evergreen work in that sense. But as you say, that phrase you use, permanently clamped to the history, that's something that's harder to achieve. Perhaps maybe from a post-literate age, it's going to be that way. In a sort of sense that we are simply voracious consumers of content that has to kind of shuttle past at 100 miles an hour to satisfy an endless aching void for content. And the impact of it maybe cannot leave that kind of residue or stain on history in the same way anymore, because we are becoming increasingly in a sense of history that flits by and is barely a memory. It's so much has happened in the last 10 years. It's been such a politically fierce grind that probably lots of us have just put stuff out of our mind as a means of dealing with it, because we've had the increasing sense of being ground down, and that's why we're furious. That's why we are where we are, and we don't wish to revisit it. In a way, the satire can become the historic record. In 50, 100 years, people can look back and say, well, yeah, what Swift was doing here in the 18th century, that's kind of resonates with us now. Once we've been through World War I and World War II, and we've the machinic horror of industrial slaughter has impressed itself on us in a different way, and we can now hear the echoes of that. The idea of the satiric as an attempt to solve a problem, that is very, very wrong, and the savor of that in the mind maybe only works, when you're living within the echo or earshot of great historic tragedy, and you can sort of, tragedy plus time equals comedy. Maybe you do have to view it in the longue durée, so it will never be like that. maybe only now we can understand Juvenal or something like that, as in the Roman sort of satirist. I don't know, Crookshank is mentioned in the chat. I mean, again, it's the elements of the grotesque, isn't it, that sort of linger about satire that I think give it an artful quality, because it is trying to speak to submerged parts of ourselves that we don't wish to acknowledge, the bits that I'm talking about that we don't wish to remember, that we don't wish to think about. And that's, as I said, why I like the qualities of satire as a discomforting experience. Some of the people I exposed bits of Chris Morris to, they were genuinely uncomfortable with it. They really they couldn't accommodate it in any form. They couldn't see a sense of what was being said. They could only over associate with the kind of visceral contact with the subject matter. And certain things, especially like the bits of Brass Eye, were very difficult for some people to live with. And yet, as you say, Zuma can and watch it and say, well, yeah, this has got a kind of extreme quality, or this has got a cruelty that's enjoyable, because it's kind of in the abstract, and it's long ago. I don't know.
Simon, so somebody in the chat mentioned I don't know if you've heard of him, a sort of very internet famous online comedian called Nick Mullen.
Okay.
And he comes from the kind of tradition of what's been called the dirtbag school of comedy.
Right.
Started out with what was called the dirtbag left.
Yeah.
It comes from this, where you had these kind of people who were very down and out, not sort of undesirable to the point of being sort of underground or sort of true outsiders, but people who would kind of freely admit to drug problems and drinking and kind of immoral behavior, and kind of did have this kind of basis of a character who doesn't really care what you think of him. He's a bit of a kind of he's kind of likable in a roguish way, but also as I say, a bit of a down and out. And I wonder what you may make of this as comedy, because well, one, I mean, a lot of it, a lot of the problem with it is that it leans on just being explicit, and kind of just being shocking for the sake of it. But I suppose what I'd like to know really is, in 20 years, will it hold up? What will it be? What will it look like? As we look back, because the reason I bring up Nick Mullen in particular is because a lot of his comedy, even though it kind of comes from this sort of anarchist, sort of commune, leftist sort of, sitting around on a site type sort of lifestyle, it's known among kind of more right-leaning spaces, because he's got no compunctions about, using racial slurs or making racial jokes, or implying that all sides of the spectrum are corrupt and and feckless and this kind of thing. So as I say, it's because it's kind of hard to say we'll go and look at this, because it's all based on like there isn't like I can point you to, oh, here's a stand-up special, or here's an episode of a show he did. It's like not really. He did he used to be on various things, and then he did a podcast during COVID with a bunch of it. And again, I had a friend trying to get me into that for quite a while, and I couldn't stand it. I thought this is horrible.
This is obnoxious. Town you're talking about.
Town, yeah. That kind of gives you the gist of the kind of thing. So for years I was like, I cannot stand this. Stop showing me this. It's horrible. Yeah. It's it's just filth. It's not funny. It's just vulgar. I don't get this at all.
Yeah.
And then I think at some point he finally showed me, and I kind of finally got it, where I sort of I began to understand that the sort of high school-esque juvenile sort of scatology was the point, and it kind of began to work for me until I sort of picked up a better appreciation for it. Again, a lot of it I still have to skip through because it's just not funny. It's just not particularly entertaining. But when it is good, it is good. So I have no idea what you would make of this, Simon. I mean, it's not really my cup of tea per se.
Yeah. I'm going to have to go and sort of check it out now. I really don't. I've never heard of it.
Mark in the chat here being typical. He says, He's comparing the show I just described to you to Jeffrey Bernard is Unwell, which I showed him a few months ago. Totally different. Totally different. Always got to show up and be the heel, haven't you, Mark? Always got to show up and be the villain. Always got to rabble rouse in the stands with your Gervais defensism and Red Dwarf appreciationism. I wish the chairman was here. I'd have him, phoning the gulag or something.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I know. I would. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? Is kind of breaking through the sort of. It's not a taste barrier, but it's a sensibility thing, isn't it? That you have to.
I think sensibility is the right word.
Try and achieve. I mean, I do try to encounter things on the terms that people enjoy them and see what it is. It's and people saying, I think I saw somebody in the chat saying that it was kind of an American sensibility there. That, I mean, what does that mean? I understand what it could mean. It's a tricky one. I'm intrigued, but I can't speak about it.
No, well, I would. I mean, it's as I say, it's very particular sort of style of again, the Americanness of it kind of rubs me up the wrong way a lot of the time, because it's that kind of unconscious, without even realizing, sort of the way they talk about things and the way they describe their lives is just so you know, kind of brutally Americanistic, if you like.
There was something last year. I think I said on Twitter to Zoomers, tell me what are Zoomers looking at in comedic terms at the moment, and people sent various things at me. It was mostly kind of animation stuff, animation done in a kind of a slightly crude style, very crude style, probably.
Did they show you that the Big Les animated series I mentioned to you, the one from Australia?
I can't remember. I only remember there was the Skibbity toilet thing, which I just, was bizarre. It's like toilets and cameras and leaping around. It's like a computer game, and it's kind of bizarre, and it's just, and then there were things which were just completely onanistic in terms of, it was literally Come Town. It was kind of stuff that was like animations of characters like covered in spunk and all sorts of stuff. I mean, it was just weird. It was stuff. I was trying to sort of orientate myself in it to work out what was the meaning of the kind of extreme mode it was using. What was it? What's it trying to acclimatize me to? What's it trying to get at? And I just couldn't. The psychological barrier for me was kind of a bit high at that point. I mean, I'd have to kind of look and, I mean, maybe there's something about a certain relentlessness of it, that's when people say, "Oh, I don't understand Monty Python. It's so long ago. It's kind of dated. It's all this stuff." But Python, they talked about what they were doing in terms of a certain kind of grotesque that later people. I mean, in a book, I think it was the From Fringe to Flying Circus book that Roger Wilmot wrote about that period of Footlights comedians. There was a sort of comparison to in Japanese culture. There is a kind of level of savagery in things like comedy that some of that may have been funneled into things like Monty Python, that comedy demands a certain kind of savagery, which sometimes it's difficult to embrace, but maybe it's there because it's the kind of energetic component that it needs.
Well, yeah. And I think you have to remember that with the internet, this is going to sound a bit wanky, but it's true. There is very much a neo-Dadaist tradition.
Yeah.
Unconsciously, I don't think it was ever. No one who ever made a YouTube poop or a bizarre, totally abstract mashup was ever thinking, "Oh yes, this is kind of inspired by the work of Tristan Zara here, and I'm doing a sort of homage." It's like, no, but it just has that quality to it.
Yeah.
Because it's the. Well, it doesn't really have to mean anything. It's just funny.
Yeah.
It's funny or it isn't. Like if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. There isn't really anything grander to it.
Yeah. It's the relentlessly awful quality of it. That can get you. I mean, again, some Python things were like that. I can't remember. There was a character that Michael Palin played. He was like a sort of. I can never remember things on the moment that I sort of remember the image in my head, but he was like a kind of really nasty, grotty character he was just like unwashed and horrible, and he was, you know, he's trying to marry this very pretty kind of upper class girl, and he's being introduced to the parents, and he's just horrible. He's just so nasty, and, you know, sweaty and snotty and dirty and smelly, and it's kind of funny taking things to the extremes where something is so repellent, and you just keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it, and then it can sort of, you know, alchemically turn into a kind of, you know, a laughter of, you know, release, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, because I grew up with the internet, so to me the randomness, you know, lol XD so random, whatever. Not obviously not that kind, you know what I mean. In that you know, I remember being a kid and the discovery of, oh, you can go to a computer and you can go onto some random website and just some bizarre animation starts playing about badgers. You know, that is something wonderful about that. Just, but I can understand why somebody older who didn't. If you're not exposed to it early on, then it might just seem pointless. You know.
Yeah, it's the acquired taste, isn't it? It's when I, you know, sort of came online and, you know, grew acclimatized to the, you know, the idea of memes and memetics, and the way that, you know, there's the quality of the meme that is kind of, it's got to kind of be crappily drawn. It's got to be crude. It's got to have
the homegrown quality of it.
Yeah, it has that. But at the same time, you think once you're used to it and you read the meme, you kind of, you know, you understand the mimetic taxonomies that are going on, the visual taxonomies that are going on. You think it's kind of like Shakespeare. You know, it can't be any other way. You can't do a really well drawn version of the meme to make the impact of it is kind of there, and the way that these things have built up, you know, propounded by younger online users and developed, and then, you know, made into recurring characters, and then, you know, some things like, you know, you couldn't have thought of years ago other than as a kind of Dadaist construct. You know, the sort of, you know, the kind of meme, the Wojak memes of, you know, like, you know, the sort of crushed cranium ones and the sort of bicycle head kind of dribbling Wojaks, those kinds of things that have an element of the surreal, but perfectly make sense as well. You know, the person who thinks they're cleverer than they are, kind of, conveyed very well.
And I think the beautiful thing about a lot of this early internet stuff is that it wasn't like going to a gallery to see something abstract and you have kind of, well, yes, this artist is famous, has done shows in Norway and Brazil, and he is concerned with the undercurrent of so-and-so in society and wants to give a different you don't get any background context. You just got the video. You just got who made this? Doesn't matter. We'll never know, right? Some hidden anonymous person in a bedroom in Pennsylvania made this mashup or this bizarre animation or some edit and so forth, and you can't. It's pure in a way because you're just presented with the thing without any introduction or abstraction around it. No, here it is. You know, and especially because, you know, back in the day, you'd be up, you know, when YouTube was usable, you'd just get this stuff popping up on your homepage and, you know, out of nowhere. You know, you'd go on to look up a video about something, and then you'd see in the corner, you know, something so bizarre you couldn't resist clicking on it, and then you'd have it. You know, you'd just you'd be in another world all of a sudden. You got, you know, the infamous, you know, internet rabbit hole concept where you know, or the thing, you know, the quote unquote weird corners of YouTube people used to talk about. People in the chat are talking about Rick Mayall's Bottom. You know, the TV show with Aid Edmondson. I mean, that is almost very proto-internet, like just in the just the sheer, you know, we're not going to bother with a plot. We're not going to bother keeping the fourth wall, you know, closed. We're just going to hit each other with rubber mallets for half an hour and shout and do fart jokes, you know. Great.
I mean, again, that was the thing where I kind of left off, in the sense that we were introduced to, you know, Rick Mayall and Aid Edmondson very early with the young ones, and then the subsequent derivations from that group, like Filthy Rich and Cat Flap and Bottom and stuff, all seem to be kind of reiterations of elements, you know, the young ones had kind of laid down, and, you know, they took various of them and stretched them, or gave them some other inflection. But there was sort of, you know, it was the same thing of these sort of domestic settings with this contained hyper violence, in them.
Yeah.
That was interesting, and I kind of sort of left the concept with the young ones. Okay, yeah, I've got that, and then the derivation of it didn't interest me as much as, let's say, when they went to something like the comic strip instead, and they made short films in different kind of parody genres, which I was kind of more interested in the pastiche element and how well they did that than what they did with Bottom. So I don't really know it in the same way, but I think it feels like it's got that element of that sort of psychotic, relentless quality of a kind of a new humor.
Well, just the idea of just two people that are just that down and out, that are that they're that disreputable. I mean, and also I've always, again, bit of wanky sort of theatre student appreciation isn't here, but I've always loved the homages to like Beckett that they do, because those two characters came out of Beckett. They were doing Waiting for Godot, and they decided they said, okay, what if it was these two characters, but they lived in a council flat and they were even worse and even drunker and swearier and hated each other even more, and were even more scatological and grotesque sort of thing. And also because there's all this like the fact that they're always wearing ties. They've got ties on all the time for no reason. There is this weird sense of English stateliness about the whole thing. Richie is a kind of wannabe Tory. It's the little aspects of it that I always found so endearing. On top of the horrific slapstick and jokes about sex and doing people like the bum and all kinds of things. That was the fact that it did have this kind of tenuous hold on Middle Englandness and sort of 1950s sitcom tropes. It was so wonderful. Also, just something. Where is it? I've lost it now. Oh yeah, Not So Obvious mentioned that there used to be this thing on YouTube, the abridging. It was never as big as like making a YouTube poop or anything. But I remember like there was one guy did an entire abridged series of Doctor Who, where he would get friends or other YouTubers to voice the characters over and sort of edit scenes to sort of tell completely different storylines. I always found that fascinating. The idea of like you've got the residue of a piece of art, right? You've got you're not defacing the original, because the original, it's a copy. It's there in perpetuity, but it's using it to kind of tell a different story. It's almost like playing with action figures, in a more adult way.
You've remixed it in a way that subverts it and yet derives from it something else, that an undiscovered quality that I mean that was there was I mean that was the thing I remember from that period of late Australian comedy, early 90s late show degeneration comedy, where they would take old series, old Australian TV series. There was one in particular about an Australian cop. It was kind of like a really low rent version of the Sweeney in Australia. It was called Bluey, and they turned this sort of big fat copper with lanky hair into a crude character called Barjass, and they just rewrote the stories to and revoiced them and so on to derive something more interesting than the original cop show. So there's the sort of, you can get that sort of sublimation where you take the original property and gut it and find that actually it's much more telling when you restructure it in a sort of comedically anarchic way. Have you died, Hat?
Sorry, forgot I was on mute there. Sorry, I was just thinking, because it's a shame that a lot of this stuff has kind of died off. I mean, as usual, when the masses flooded the internet, basically, and took it, turned it into the sort of sloppified, congealed mess that it is now. It's a shame.
I mean,
I'm not really sure what
so do do we have a kind of post-mortem then about Brass Eye as a kind of, it lingers on. I mean, I notice it's pleasing that people still like Morris's stuff, and Morris's work has changed. I find him less interesting now, and I think that's okay. I like it. Things are created long ago, they end. They're great, but the artists themselves has transformed in a way that is no longer of interest or no longer current. They're no longer electric anymore. They're no longer compelling. I don't know about you.
I mean, when was the last funny comedy? Answer that question.
Yeah, when did we think about comedy as I don't know. I mean, yeah, maybe I'm just incredibly morbid. I don't bother that much with comedy any longer. I mean, there's the thing of endlessly rewatching, Only Fools and Horses or Dad's Army and going, wasn't it great? But there is something kind of dead. It has, like many other forms of culture, gone into stasis. And I mean, did you see this thing they've been pushing very heavily on YouTube? This new BBC comedy, Android, with Diane Morgan, the woman who plays Philomena Kunk, playing. It's like a sort of sitcom that's derived from an episode of Black Mirror, where a woman whose partner dies orders a kind of replicant version of him in order to stabilize herself in her grief, and she finds that the sort of replicant version obviously has these downsides which she couldn't have predicted, and which drives her nuts. And then they've made this comedy about this old woman who needs a carer, and so she orders this android who resembles Diane Morgan, and gets into hilarious android situations. It's that thing of, you've got the sense of the thing is heavily pushed at you. Are you interested? I'm not. Comedy's become a kind of coaxing you towards things kind of activity now. They're not confident enough in the production of comedy to just allow things to land and viralize.
Is it funny, Simon? Is it funny? Because I feel like they've got it, as you say, they're trying to make it viral and quote unquote, a meme and beloved before it's even had a chance to go out.
Yeah.
Forgetting,
I mean,
most beloved comedies weren't immediate hits. They take a long time to sink in.
I think to me, it's the feeling of, it's the feeling of coercion into liking this. Well, you should like this because this is the thing that people are laughing at now. I mean, I've seen there's a clip on YouTube from a bit from the series. It's the Diane Morgan robot talking to another robot, and there's a bit of reasonably amusing dialogue, which they do in a stilted androidy way. But it's the film trailer phenomenon. You watch the film trailer, and there's sometimes amazing trailers, and you always know that the film is rubbish, and they've just picked the best bits for the trailers. And I don't get it. I don't get the feeling of anything other than a comedy that's trying to sort of be emollient right now. It's comedy is sort of intervening at some level to say, come on, calm down, we're all so angry these days, it's all so contentious politically, let's all find something to be a cozy bath to sink into. And I think when you sort of take that view, which I think perhaps a lot of TV production does now, it immediately makes you wary of connecting with anything, because you think, well, this is something you're setting up to kind of as a pacifier, just a dummy to stuff in my mouth. I mean, that's probably sounds unnecessarily paranoid. It probably is. But it's something that I'm used to feeling now reflexively, because I think, well, yeah, I like laughing at things, but most of the laughter I get comes out of dealing with people in my actual life rather than staged scenarios on the BBC or on film. I don't know. Are we that jaundiced?
I think we are, Simon. I think the horrible truth is that we are that jaundiced. They're not our fault. We've had so much frost thrown at us that we
Children
can't
of the
move on.
Winter.
Well, exactly. I mean, I genuinely am struggling to think of any recent funny comedy.
Should we look at comments? Because someone was saying earlier, Rex Impulse was saying, why don't we look at the comments?
We're not here to talk. We're not here to talk to them. We're here to talk to each other.
I know. Sorry, there was a moment of democratization that crept in. It won't happen again.
Bloody hell! People should realize when we deign to cast down into the comments to respond, it's either because someone's out of line or because we're looking for a bit of anything interesting going on out there.
Sorry.
It's a privilege. It's a privilege.
Panama was teaching me how to ignore the lumpen proletariat, and I wibbled for a moment.
We shouldn't even have the window open. The only reason I've got it open is so I can, if I can see the Fs, in case we get taken off air again. That's the only reason I've got it open.
You shouldn't be thinking about other people's feelings.
They don't exist. You know what? From now on, we're going to pre-record these. We're not even going to do them live. We're going to just bloody audience. That'll teach you. We're going to pre-record these alone without any audience interaction, and then upload them later.
Exactly.
Enjoy that.
It's what I deserve. Yeah. I was only going to say, Joe mentions Snuffbox, which was an unusual comedy, which I did like, but it's sort of anti-comedy in a way as well, because it was such an odd vision that they had, Matt Berry and Richard Fulcher. If you've seen it, you've seen it. You know what I'm talking about. But I won't dwell on it if it's not something that people know or have seen. Yeah. I feel self-conscious now about looking at the chat because I've been beaten.
It's all right. It's all right. It's Friday night, Simon. It's Friday night.
It's Friday night. We can cut sick, as they say in Australia.
Get a couple of tinnies and a takeaway in, and we'll chat with the audience because we're in a good mood tonight. Yeah. I mean, yes. There's just to say, Simon. JD in the chat there, correctly telling the audience what they should be doing. I think it's shilling time, Simon. We haven't shilled for hours now.
We haven't shilled for hours.
What should we spin you spill your shit? Do you do it in the style of perhaps Matt Berry, or in the style of Chris Morris, or
no,
in the style of
Chris Morris' voices to her. All I would say is everybody now go to ko-fi.com/Panama Hat. That's ko-fi.com/Panama Hat, and give us lots and lots of your well hard-earned money.
Oh, that's
and
brilliant.
If you don't like that, you can fuck that sky high.
Why do you always put yourself down as an impressionist? It's brilliant. It's so
I'm
good.
not that good. No.
You're very good. You're very good.
We should talk about this. There is actually a really good Matt Berry impressionist. I've seen him on TikTok. A friend showed him because I did a Matt Berry impression one night, and then she brought this thing up. Said, "Oh, look at this guy," and he was amazing. And I thought,
okay, you can't be as good as this.
That's me told. No, he's really uncannily good. Have you noticed this guy Tony Lapidus, who comes up on social media? He does kind of,
the name rings a bell, but I don't recognize it.
He comes up on Twitter with the bits and pieces. He does Hitchens. He did. Tony Lapidus is interesting because he does impressions which they may start a bit weak sometimes, but actually he persists with them over time, and they do develop and become solidified, and he gets more of the ticks and the nuances, and he's very enjoyable. I mean, he did because Hitchens went on Wankonometry the other day, and Tony Lapidus does a dialogue between playing all of the characters, Hitchens and Kissin and Foster. And he actually does it well. He catches their kind of, gormless, yawping moronism, and he captures Hitchens' kind of relentlessly sort of downbeat, sort of assessment of everything, and miserable kind of, curmudgeonliness. And he just has a great, track of the rhythm and the solidity of the characters. He's pretty funny, actually. I mean, He did. I think he did a version of the kind of the Rogan and the Douglas Murray encounter. Have you ever been to wherever?
Yeah.
He's quite good. I think he's obviously up and coming, and the kind of what guy who'll persist and he'll get a show eventually. There is an art to it of being able to modulate your voice really well, and actually, I don't know that I actually do that well, because sometimes there's a difference between how you sound in person and how you record. and that can be quite difficult.
Yeah, but we're recording now, aren't we? And I think you nailed it. I think you nailed it.
Yeah, well, you know,
there you go.
yeah.
That was the most recent bit of funny comedy with Simon doing Matt Berry. Yeah. I mean, ever since that person in the chat the other day said, this show is just an excuse. Hat does this just to get Simon to do impressions for his own entertainment. I've not been able to stop thinking.
Garth Marenghi has been mentioned. I do like Garth Marenghi. You know, hi,
we're not going to get away with it.
Horror writer, dreamweaver, plus actor. You know, he's fun.
It's one of these shows that's on YouTube in its entirety, but the minute we put it on this stream, will be taken off the air. It's one of those things. Though it would be good to review it, because I do like Garth Marenghi. It's funny.
Dark Place is a great show. I mean,
it's fantastic, underrated.
Very much, yeah. And as I mean, that's the thing again, where it's got that element of parody, pastiche of sort of 1980s kind of actiony, horror-y shows, which I mean, I was never into, but I can sense what they were like from the way that show does them.
Old 70s films as well, like the really cheap sort of bloody splatter type stuff, and sort of supernatural. You know, how was it? House on Haunted Hill. I think it's not really Hammer. It's more like because Hammer had production values. You know, it was cheapish, but it did have a sort of.
You mean like sort of almost like Italian Giallo films or something like that?
Almost like that. If you watch just random old forgotten bits of TV and film from the 70s, it feels like Dark Place. That it's the stuff that wasn't remembered, but if you were up late one night and put the TV on, you might catch a bit of that. You know. I mean, that was really, really good Dark Place. You know what? Ironically, the reason they didn't make any more of it was because it was too expensive.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
Because they actually had to go out and get old 80s film stock and the period accurate cameras to make it feel that way. Otherwise, it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
And that was, and also because to make all the sets look that authentically 70s was, actually quite tricky and quite extensive, and needed a lot of professional work done to it. So.
It was the little touches, like the way it seemed like great parts of it were overdubbed, to give it that.
Yes. There was no live audio.
Quality.
Yeah, and the fact that they deliberately got the rhythm of bad blocking, right? Because obviously back in the day, people don't know this. When you were making a sitcom, you would write the script, you would get the script as polished up, then you would take all the actors off and you would rehearse on your own for a few weeks. You would do all the episodes over and over and over and over and over till you could do it basically as if it was a stage play. Then they would get the audience in for you. You would have a set with an audience and everything would be kind of set up. Then you would have to do it live. And if you needed to switch cameras or move to a different shot, it had to be done live. To be done. So everyone had to be, nothing could be messed up, right? All the actors had to be on the ball. There could be no, fouled lines or bad block. You can't stand there. You missed your mark. Because you wouldn't be able to get the show made if you did that.
Yeah.
So you had to. So yes, there were outtakes, but it would literally be using up expensive film. And if you cocked it up too much, the producers could just cancel it and take it all away. And one of the things that you see in these old cheaply made dramas is that they would cock up. Someone would stand in the wrong place. There would be a blocking error, or somebody would fluff a line. They would just kind of grit their teeth and carry on. They would just have to sort of clumsily shift the camera around just a bit so you could see the other person, or you cut to a camera that wasn't ready, so it's just facing the wrong way. You don't even see the person it's meant to be capturing. And they managed to get that so right. The feel of the badly made, but live produced show was fantastic.
Yeah, certainly. I love. I mean, that's probably something I would actually laugh at if I went and put Dark Place on, because I do enjoy that. Little known fact that Oren McIntyre is a big fan of Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. You wouldn't think it, but apparently he is. That's one thing I have in common with him.
He's also a fan of the Republican Party, so I don't think his opinion counts.
I'm not saying anything else. I'm just saying, Oren likes Garth Marenghi's Dark Place, which I found unusual.
Well, Oren, if you're watching, good taste in British comedy. Buck your ideas up. There we go.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So yes, Dark Place is very good. Also, if you look up the DVD commentary on YouTube, because they did an extra. So it's like the characters in the show reacting to the show, and then they're doing a commentary over themselves in character. It's really good.
I think that is impressive, actually, that they are very good at
Yeah.
staying in character to do those commentaries. You know, Ayowadi is Dean Lerner, and Matt Berry is. I mean, there's actually also good. If people want to search for it, Johnny Trunk, who runs Trunk Records, a kind of favorite boutique label of mine, he used to do something called the OST show, original soundtrack show, on Resonance FM years ago, and he recorded a session with Matt Holness in character as Garth Marenghi. His show was basically playing lots of groovy sort of soundtrack music from the 60s and 70s, and Matt Holness stayed in character the whole time as Marenghi. It was very, very funny. Go and find it. It's out there.
Yeah,
probably SoundCloud and stuff. And
he does whole live shows, like where it's like an audience. It's like a Q&A with the writer, but it's him in character. Really impressive, because I don't know how the hell he's able to consistently ad-lib funny dialogue like that. But there you go.
All sorts of conversations about, you know, what his favorite gun would be, you know, or sort of what his favorite car is. Jensen Interceptor, you know.
I know writers who use subtext, and they're all cowards.
He says,
I'm the only person you'll meet who's written more books than he's read.
Apparently, he talks about how, you know, he liked the film Who Dares Wins with Lewis Collins, you know. But if I'd have made it, I would have made it more right wing. More people would have been shot. That kind of thing. So, very good.
Very good. It's excellent. Richard Stawadi is Dean Lerner as well. Yeah.
I would also say Matt Holness did a very good short film called A Gun for George, which people should go and look up on YouTube. It's a short film. It's a very good little film. It's kind of it's sort of like a proto Garth Marenghi character, but he did it after Garth Marenghi, of a guy who is a sort of writer of pulp crime novels in the present day, but he's kind of living in his head in the 70s. So he wants to write these kind of, you know, trashy kind of Sweeney-like stories. And, you know, it's a little story unfolds, which is both funny and poignant. And I'd say go and look up A Gun for George with Matt Holness.
It's also quite apt, given that we're talking about the Peter Geddens special today. He did a really, really gruesome, grotesque, disturbing horror film called Possum.
Yes.
And that's, I mean, if you want to, you know, get into the, you know, dark memories of child abuse, then watch that, because it's it's really, really, really brutal film. Terrifying.
That was reviewed on the Proper Horror Show channel as well, if you want to go and have a look at
another one I've missed. Yeah.
It is up there. I don't think I was on that one. I think Harry Robinson might have been on that one, but it is I watched it with Proper Horror Show, I think, the night before they did it, because I wanted to have a look. It is a really good and disturbing film, and yes, very frightening. Very salient to the topic we're talking about.
I think that was the last horror movie I watched where I felt frightened, as a capital F, frightened.
Yeah.
As it, you know, like, as it not just a bit spooked or a bit disturbed on a conceptual level, just actually frightened, you know.
Yeah.
We should
very economic film to make, by the looks of it as well. Very very doable. I was impressed by the fact that, I mean, the Sean Harris as the lead actor. I mean, Sean Harris is always kind of known for his intensity on screen. He is very, very good. And the way the film is done, you think, well, that's been quite remarkably simple, but very evocative of, you know, of place.
Yeah, it's not a film I want to watch anytime soon again in a hurry, and I mean that in a good way, because it just would be too much, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's very good. I'm very keen to get Proper Horror Show on this channel, Simon.
Yeah, we must.
I really, because we've got. I wanna have more of a circle of watchers from outside the very narrow Panama hat sort of watcher base, you know.
Absolutely.
Basically, I mean, to be honest, I mean, for most people, this channel is just ASMR. They sleep to it. I mean, I've been told this.
Good.
Apparently, most of the viewers just put my voice on to sleep.
Yeah.
So,
when you listen to things to go to sleep, you generally don't last more than about 5-10 minutes anyway. You usually fall asleep. So we're at least a good 4 hours in. A person sleeping right now. They're sleeping as we're talking.
they're well aware. Well, this is it, because the video will get 2,000 views, and then it's like 3 comments.
Yeah.
And it's like, because the rest of them don't even know who I am or what this is about. They just tune in to fall asleep,
which is fine.
If they want to, but they could donate a bit more.
Other good comedies I'm going to note in the chat. CCG 1404 says people like us with Roy Mallard. That was a radio comedy with Chris Langham as the eponymous Roy Mallard character. It was he's like an investigative journalist following people in different careers, and I think they did it on television as well, but it sort of is one of those things that worked better on radio. And I do have a fondness for Chris Langham, despite his difficult personal history. He's just got a timing and a verbal acuity that I like.
We're friendly towards Mr. Langham, I think, despite his
his frailties and his human weaknesses.
Yeah, and I think we've discussed him before, so we'll we'll leave that there. But
Nathan Barley is mentioned in the chat as well.
Nathan Barley
was always.
Not seen that.
Oh, you've not seen that? Okay, well, yeah, that was a bit of late Morris after the Brass Eye Peter Geddon special, which is a kind of a piss take of people who, around the time of the dot-com bubble in the sort of late 90s, early 21st century, people in Hoxton in the kind of arts media scene, and the unbearable pretentiousness of that. Right. There's a character in there who's kind of clearly a sort of parody of David Bowie when he was in his funding internet startups era.
Was he? I didn't know David Bowie did that.
I think apparently. I mean, there's the famous interview he does with Jeremy Paxman. I think he'd mentioned that during. I mean, Mr. D will jump all over me if I get any Bowie facts wrong, and he probably should, because I probably will get them wrong. But I think Bowie mentioned he'd sunk a lot of money into internet ventures at the turn of the century and lost quite a lot of many millions of dollars.
Wow.
Pushing stuff. And in Nathan Barley, there is a character who is, I think, sort of has got some loose. Well, you can see visually he looks a bit like I think Bowie did at that time, with that sort of very trimmed little goatee and this sort of blonde tinted short haircut that he had. That's kind of all in there. It was a strange time, I think, of aberrant cybernetic creativity in London before the internet really kind of got underway and had its potential extracted by commercial interest, when it sort of had a sort of vaguely possible aesthetic future, which was crushed out, I suppose, in its way. 90s Viz. Now I'm not a Viz reader. I think you may have been a Viz reader. Man. Are you not a Viz man? I think you might have been.
No, I've never really into Viz. I recently got into it just out of kind of curiosity, because I saw one of their comic strips on a Twitter post, and I thought, oh, maybe I've never actually read Viz. I'll see what it's about. And I mean, it's kind of self-consciously puerile. I think, to me, I can't remember who it was that said it, but somebody summed it up best, which is that Viz survives into the modern day because there will forever be a subset of the people of the British Isles who find it side-splittingly funny to see a Beano-style speech bubble with the word fuck in it. Right? That's basically what keeps Viz going, I think. And some of their stuff is good. It always comes off as a bit mean-spirited to me. Like, it's a little bit like it's some good kind of social satire and parts. Like I like the strip about the camera wanker, as in cameras in the campaign for Real Ale. You know, those types of really annoying beardy twats who, just I'm all for good beer, but bloody hell, those people are annoying. And that kind of thing. So I'm not really a big Viz fan. I think it's good if you want a bit of puerile humor, but it's not very funny. No, it's not that funny, as I mean. Were you ever into the Goon Show, Simon? You ever?
I wasn't. No, my dad was. My dad was into the Goons. It was in Australia in the 80s. It would be played kind of regularly every Saturday lunchtime.
He's falling in the water.
Oh, silly twisted boy, that kind of stuff. Yeah. I mean, he was big into it. Again, a generational thing there, where this sort of zaniness of the Goons I didn't take to it, or it didn't take to me.
Yeah.
It's not, it's not a disreputable show to go and endeavor to understand. I think, elements of comic genius persist over time, and that's one for a particular time in the sort of 50s that people responded to enormously. A creative generation was influenced and inspired by the Goon Show. I couldn't kind of get into it because of, as I say, the sort of zaniness of it, the surreality of it. I was not always engaged with.
I mentioned the other day how we were always, these schoolmasters told us that Three Men in a Boat was the funniest book ever written.
Right.
We were also kind of brought up the idea that Spike Milligan was the funniest man who ever lived. When I finally got around to watching him or listening to a bit of the Goon Show, it's like, well, it's not that funny. It's just not that funny. It's all right. Yeah. It's just, but I think you had to be kind of that generation to really get the zaniness. It plays to a certain audience, I think.
It does, and you wonder, is it a kind of cathartic kind of chaos that they are summoning, after the war, when you sort of think again that the degree of possible suffering and destruction and disruption of people's lives may have somehow given that kind of platform extra impetus at that moment, that people wanted that sort of anarchy that the Goon Show was alleged to have expressed. I think Spike Milligan was funny. I've said before, his war diaries, I think, were
very funny. Well, this is it. I've always found him funny in print, but not not on stage, really. I mean, his, as you say, that wonderful book. What is it called? Adolf Hitler: My Part in His Downfall by Spike Milligan. It's a great book.
The first three books, I think, that one, Monty: My Part in His Victory, and Rommel: Gunner Who. I think they're the strongest ones. When it gets to the fourth book, when he's in Italy, I think what happened, I think he got caught in an explosion and was shell shocked, and then I think that he was hospitalized, and that may have had something to do with the expression of his later manic depression that he had.
Yeah.
So it tends to go a bit darker, and it's less funny because in a way I think it's the end of the war. He's in Italy recuperating. He meets a girl, and it's kind of less. It seems less funny, whereas it
all gets a bit English patient towards the end. I felt.
Yeah. And there were a number of those books as well, but I think he had a very tormented life in and out of deep narcosis in mental institutions for a while after the war, in between being a comedy writer.
I've got something we're going to watch a little sketch, Simon, of someone that I find very endearing. Not always hilarious, but an engaging presence, perhaps. Doing a little sketch that I quite like for its sort of raunchy ballad meter. It's only a few minutes long. People in the chat will know who he is. They will either love him or hate him because he's a bit marmitey like that. But I think we both appreciate him, right?
Okay.
Let's just play this now. There we go.
Will we get away with it? Stay tuned.
Call Algernon Marmaduke Sprout.
You're steady, there's no need to shout.
I'm here, you great bum. Now you watch it, John.
No, come on now, stop messing about.
The accused last Monday did go, sir, in the Newmarket Ladies' enclosure. He lost his shirt and his pants on a 10-to-1 chance.
Oh, the charge is indecent exposure.
Was a good little crime. Tell us another one, just like the other one.
Tell us another one, do.
Then there's no need to be mucky. Let's hear our first witness. Now, Ducky, were you on the spot?
Yes, I saw the lot.
Oh, stone me and some people lucky.
I was standing close by him throughout. He was starkers without any doubt. He hadn't a shred, so I went up and said...
Oh, come on now, stop hanging here out. Who are you?
The defence.
So you are? Of course you are, ain't I, Dens?
I submit it's unjust to accuse him of lust.
All right, don't get cross, no offence.
Sir, my witness will settle this wrangle.
Yeah, I saw him get out of his tangle by climbing a tree.
In that case, you'll see the whole thing from a quite different angle.
That was a cute little crime. Tell us another one, just like the other one. Tell us another one, do.
Well, I think it all sounds most improper. And what happened next? Tell us, copper.
I gave him a helmet.
What, to use as a pelmet?
Yes, that's true.
Oh, it sounds like a whopper.
I said to him, mate, you are dirty. And you know he got ever so shirty. He streaked off down that course. Yeah, just like a horse.
So it was in a 1 to 3:30.
Tell us another one, just like the other one. Tell us another one, do.
My client is a quick-thinking man and devised an ingenious plan. He produced a blue pencil and a kitchen utensil.
What you might call a flash in the pan. Well, Sprout, we can now hear your side.
Well, there's no need, sir. I've been fairly tried. And as my missus said only last night in bed, she said, Sprout, you've got nothing to hide.
Well, Johnny, who sat through this trial, do you wish to retire for a while?
There's no need to go out. It's the end of young Sprouts.
Yes, that's obvious. Sticks out a mile.
He's guilty as plain as his face is.
The verdict in all of these cases, quite clear to this court, you've no means of support. Legal aid will supply you with braces.
Terrible crime. Tell us another one, just like the other one. Tell us another one, do.
Wow, what's that? I've never seen that before.
It's later in his life, Kenneth Williams had a little sketch show, like a sort of just a like a sort of comedy vehicle thing.
Yeah,
not particularly well remembered. Not because it was bad or anything. It was just it was just him doing a sketch comedy basically for and it was just stuff like this. I mean, I've always liked him because I love the way he goes between personas so easily. And this sketch is a perfect example of that because he's got, you're just talking like this. This is a high bed. Stop messing about.
It was a good showcase of what we were talking about when we last mentioned Kenneth Williams, the range of characters that he would play with, just sort of toying between a kind of crafty establishment character and a sort of loose kind of man on the corner of the street kind of thing. The interesting things in this sketch, isn't it, that you've got. You have part of the lineaments of the English comic tradition there. You have two things. You have Gilbert and Sullivan, and you have Lewis Carroll. It's like Gilbert and Sullivan meets The Hunting of the Snark in the way that the poetry works with the
meets bawdy old Georgian balladry, with the references to sex and this kind of thing.
Yeah, that's very very good, very good. That's
I like that. I thought we'd close out with that because it's just a good little bit of non-postmodern comedy.
Sweet and wholesome and kind of
messing about, because he's just I like also. I mean, we should do a program on Kenneth Williams because he had a very interesting life and he was a very interesting storied man with a lot of things to say, and also because we can watch all these wonderful old talk show clips. I don't think will be copyrighted.
I think the interviews are some of the interesting. I mean, if we can find non-obvious interviews of Williams, because we've seen like the Parkinson ones and stuff like that.
That's right. Yeah, the Parkies and. But
I wonder if he did anything else. Just looking at other comments.
Find them.
I was just going to say, just looking at other comments in the chat. Chance in a Million with Simon Callow, says Shanko Laughlin. That's a bit of an obscure one. I never saw Chance in a Million, but it was very popular in Albania, as far as I understand, from Simon Callow's biography, being an actor.
Yeah. Good. I've always liked Simon Callow, but he's one of these people who are sort of I never see him in anything. He's always just been he's always been famous for being Simon Callow.
Yes.
But I've never actually seen him in anything. Sort of,
Yeah.
But I suppose most of his work is on the stage, isn't it? So
I see a mention of Four Men in a Plane, which is the follow-up to Four Men in a Car, the comic strip film about the air conditioning sales reps, which is actually very good and shows that they have kind of more, if you like, more conventionally, not conventional, that makes it sound dull. They just have good ensemble comedy playing skills. Four Men in a Car, the way it turns into a disaster for them quite quickly.
Never seen it.
Very funny. Yeah. Pete Richardson, Rick Mail, Nigel Planer, and Aid Edmondson, and they play these kind of middle management types who are sort of cock-swinging with each other, trying to impress each other. They have to go to a conference in a car, and all sorts of complications ensue, and their lives are wrecked very quickly. It's very funny.
I'll give it a look in.
Yeah,
well, Simon, that brings us up to a nice 4.5 hours of gold dynamite whacking it out of the park.
Yeah.
Commentary on these wonderful topics. The listenership has been extremely good. We're consistently over 100 now, which I'm liking very much. So everyone remember to subscribe and press the like button and cough up. Come on, we haven't had any donations this stream, and if we don't get donations, we can't keep doing it.
I was thinking we should just quickly go to our Ko-Fi page and just read off comments that we've had from people who donated recently, because
we've got ones we haven't read out. Yeah,
we're just rolling in so much of your money that we're just drinking and whoring ourselves senseless.
I've got to wrap this up relatively quickly, so I'm going to go through this quite quickly. Okay, Big Cover 22, you're making me smarter. £5. Thank you very much. Lord Ecclesford, No Man's Land is my favourite play. Take my money. Thank you very much. Jacob Wagstaff, watching the recording of the Haiti stream at the moment, and it's pressing upon me the importance of Ko-Fi donations.
Oh, yes.
Perhaps Ko-Fi subsidized. Unmonetized streams would allow greater flexibility in the content that can be viewed. That is true. I am thinking about demonetizing the channel, provided that we need more consistent Ko-Fi donations, though.
Yeah.
British Art Guild. Would love your observations on the 1985 film Honest, Decent and True, set in Soho Advertising Agency with Gary Oldman and Ade Edmondson. Oh, that sounds fantastic.
It is a good
also
film.
The film that got Richard Grant's role in Withnell. Good stuff.
He plays
I've got to watch that soon.
He plays a Japanophile advertising creative. He's very good in it. Actually, it's different. He's very funny. It is Honest, Decent, True. Yeah, it is good. Not a very long film. Worth watching though for these early appearances, especially Gary Oldman like that and Ade Edmondson. As he says in semi-dramatic roles, really. Well, they are dramatic roles. It's a good film.
Well, I'm going to give that a look at. Right, there are a few more, but I'm going to tie these over till next time because they're a bit more major and they've got a bit more discussion around them. So I've got to run off. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you very much, Simon. We'll be back on, is it Monday or Tuesday, Simon?
Oh, whenever we're back, we're back. Just look out for us. We'll be back when we're ready to be back. We're ready in our own time.
There might be a few bits of solo content out from me this weekend as well, so keep an eye out for those. Right, toodaloo, everyone.
Ciao for now.
Doesn't seem to be ending. So I pressed the button.
It's the endless. It's